So, first of all, we have, of course, the new raid, Sporefall, which is going to be over here in Herondar, of course, just past the Grudge Pit. I saw this quest near the Herondar portal, which was basically one of these, those sporelings being like, "Need help, end of Herondar, end of world, Spore Storm, making something new for Grudge Pit, but too much, take control, we'll break free, destroy Pit, destroy us all, must go to Sporefall, destroy Rotmire before they lose control, for Herondar, for Azeroth, for the Grudge Pit!" And we get this, which it looks like you can actually turn this into another Void Core, I'm guessing, so... But that will be later, which there's already a guide out. Looks like it's a super simple fight, and by the way, Liquid's already claimed the world first. Of course they did. And then there's this other one I saw, where it popped up where Mela was like, it's like, "Your efforts against the recent Void and ethereal incursions have paid off. It's time that we take the fight to them. Meet me at the Ranger Captain's strike station, Silvermoon. Do not delay." So meet her over there. Then there's this other thing. A floating missive hangs before you, written in a flowing magical script. At first it appears to be nonsense, but as you approach the parchment, the words shift and change, and a message forms. It says, "I am Voldemort." No, I'm kidding. "The Magisters request your presence at Thalassian University. Please proceed to the upper levels overlooking the harbor. This concerns a private matter of minor urgency." Which, of course, will get us the Omnium Folio. Points if you get that reference, so I'm sure it's not going to be hard to pick up what the reference was. That's honestly the only... If you were to ask me what was, like, probably my least favorite... I mean, okay. If you were to ask me, like, what are my least favorite of those movies, I would probably say Chamber of Secrets and Goblet of Fire, because there's only one part of those two movies I actually like. The ending that I just referenced in Chamber of Secrets, you can probably guess what it was, and the ending in Goblet of Fire, also involving you-know-who. But that was basically it. Otherwise, those movies, I was just like, okay. And then, of course, there was the other scene, Chamber of Secrets, which I refuse to really think about that much because, well, if you guys know how much I do not like spiders, you can probably guess why. Of course, it's Ramoth.
You've arrived. Good. Urgent matters are afoot.
Really, Ramoth?
I am rather busy.
I see you received my message. Your timely response is most appreciated. We have much to discuss, and we are short on time, unfortunately. For the last few decades, a dormant artifact has laid beneath the halls of Magister's Terrace. Once serving as a beacon of knowledge for the Magisters, the artifact abruptly fell silent some decades ago. After the Dawnwell's rebirth, the artifact reawakened. When we returned it to the Lycanium for study, it unleashed chaos upon the library. Your assistance and discretion would be most appreciated.
The Magister's Terrace awaits. Let's not keep Magister Umbric waiting unsupervised. Shall we?
Oh, all right, if I must. So, Ramoth, are we cool about what happened in Magister's Terrace? You know, with the whole us going through and, you know, are we cool? We better be. Yeah, we're going through here. It's like, oh yeah, all these libraries, yeah. Wait, what? Hold on. That was an image of Darkon Drathir. Really? There you
Behold, the Sunstrider Omnium.
Silent and dormant since the fall of King Anasterion. Until now.
The eternal sun still guides us.
For years I studied the Omnium. Like every magister before me, I learned all that it had to offer. Runes, spells, incantations, all of it. There'll be no wand-waving or silly incantations in this class. Sorry. The day it went silent was a dark day for many reasons. I never imagined I would ever hum with life again. Strange how far we've come.
For Quel'Thalas. alas.
Ah, it seems that the Grand Magister has become predictable with his choice of help. Very good. Before you stands the Sunstrider Omnium, a once silent, lifeless artifact for the last 2 decades, before its abrupt awakening not long ago. The chaos that it has unleashed poses a threat to all of Magister's Terrace and perhaps beyond. With your help, perhaps we can contain it. Shortly after the Omnium awoke, it began manifesting arcane anomalies around the Lycanium. We believe that these anomalies to be malfunctioning security protocols. The hostile projections that they conjure can be quite lethal. If we do not dispatch them quickly, they will continue to manifest. As you deal with them, keep an eye out for anything peculiar that can help us understand the Omnium's current state.
What is it?
When the Omnium began to stir in its vault, we thought to move it here for observation. Evidently, this was a bad idea. The arcane magic seeping out are causing chaos. Folios casting all sorts of incomplete spells, arcane sparks running amok, even the candle flames have sprung to life. But we cannot simply destroy them, as the magics here are too volatile. I have procured a ward lance from the arsenal of the Spellbreakers. It will dispel the volatile magic. Here, take it, and do be careful.
Be about your work.
Long ago, Dothramar Sunstrider forged the Omnium to decipher and study the various magical forces he encountered in the ancient world.
This living compendium allowed our people to observe and study the many forces of magic, some more restricted or forbidden than others.
You mean like that? Just saying. Alright. I assume you just... No, you didn't? We must cleanse the Library of Chaos. Dispel. Dispel. Away with you. By the way, oh, whoa! I'm a bird! Ah! Look like a parrot. I'm Iago. Jafar! If I have to eat one more cracker! Anyways.
Message for you, sir.
Thank you for the posture check, Moo. Appreciate it. Anyways, of course, with the new raid being out, this boss here, I was curious what the loot is. And I also checked my BIS list. I don't know if it's been updated for this. Maybe it has. Okay, so it has. They've actually already updated it. So I was looking at the loot. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, so we have a crit haste headpiece here. A crit mastery neck. Your healing has a chance to spawn protective toadstools absorbing damage. If broken, the toadstools burst to deal damage to nearby enemies. What? That's a neck? Huh. That seems like a neck more suited for healers. But, I don't know. Maybe, I guess others, because even some DPS guys have a way of healing. Interesting. It's not my new BIS neck, though, by the way. Spore-fused hero. That's an interesting new category. Oh, because it's already 285. Wait a minute. Wow. So then Mythic, it's 298 because it's already, like, ascended like the other pieces. Gotcha. Wow. So this will drop 285 hero pieces. Now, what I did notice, by the way, look at all this extra bonus loot. A toy. Share a delicious mushroom treat with your friends and become one with the fungus. I don't think I want to do that. Not just to myself, but why would I also want to do that to friends? Like, Moo, would you appreciate it if I handed you a mushroom and be like, hey, let's become one with the fungus? I don't think you would like me very much after that. A new Hearthstone, though, that we will certainly be trying to farm. This is also a new... I wonder if this is already up as LFR, is it? Hold on. Because if Mythic... Yeah, it is. You can already queue for this in LFR. That is really nice, actually. And, of course, a mushroom cap. Headpiece, of course. We gotta have the mushroom heads. Hats. I realize how that sounded after I said that. Don't take that out of context. What is this trinket? Oh, it's a bead trinket, so apparently it doesn't really matter. But this is now one of my new BIS rings. You can even see it right there on the add-on. It says overall BIS. It has haste and mastery, so my two top stats, but also an equip bonus. Dealing nature damage has a chance to inflict Rot Bloom. Dealing nature damage over 15 seconds. If the enemy is already afflicted by your Rot Bloom, then it is consumed to deal 120% of its remaining damage. The thing is, I don't know what I actually do that actually does nature damage. Like, it's nice to have those stats, don't get me wrong. Like, if that drops when we kill this on Heroic, that's a 285 ring with haste and mastery that I could have replace one of my other rings. So don't get me wrong, like that's amazing. Especially considering, like, you know, even though the other two have the nice stats, still. Just saying. But yeah, that'll be the thing I hope to acquire. So, anyways. Now, what are these? Oh, the Darkon thing is apparently one of those. Now, what's the other one over here? Because there's one over here. I see a highlight on my mini-map. Kael'thas! Sunstrider's King Cipher not recognized. Mirror Echo recognized. I am a Sunstrider! The Omnium belongs to me!
Whether it was arcane, fell, or even light, or void, Dathramar created the Omnium to preserve knowledge within.
But when King Anasterion fell, the Omnium shut down. Not even Kael'thas knew how to revive it.
Oh, this is a fun way to kind of fly up here and be like, hey, dispel, go away. Don't worry, Jafar. I'll get these. It just keeps making me Iago. Of course, it's actually not. It's a little rough to do the Gilbert Gottfried voice. Oh, now I'm a. Not sure what I am actually. Anyways. Come on. There we go.
So why is it active now? And what's causing it to malfunction? Do you think Kael'thas?
Damaged it? No. Apart from the stench of fel, the Omnium was still silent when found in his possessions.
And then here's Dathomar Sunstrider. The limitless pursuit of knowledge is not for the unworthy!
Then, if it was still dormant when you recovered it, could it somehow have been damaged before the king was slain?
The Omnium was well protected here in the Magister's Terrace,
There it is.
until Silvermoon fell under attack.
There was much carnage that day, Ramath. Perhaps these anomalies can tell us more.
The chaos may seem silly and the incantations harmless, but be reassured that if we hadn't contained it to the library, the entire building would be in an academic uproar. For the sake of all the magisters here, I thank you.
We build our future upon the backbone of tradition.
The anomalies projected an image of Darkon? Are you sure? We knew that traitor came to the Magister's Terrace to slaughter the Convocation before disarming the Sunwell. There was never any indication that he damaged the Omnium. Not a mark or a scar on it. Perhaps Darkon's damage was caused before Anasterian fell, resulting in the Omnium's abrupt silence.
We embrace power. We do not fear it.
Time and time again, Darkon continues to haunt us in some form. To think that the Omnium also fell prey to his madness. If he really severed the void magicule from the Omnium, then I have no doubt that he would have hidden it well. I have a suspicion I know where to start looking. Meet me at Dawnstar Spire, Neversong Woods.
The light is not the only path.
The Sunwell must be protected.
The magicules, the orbs that you see on the relic, were never meant to be severed from the Omnium. By tearing one out, Darkon likely sent the artifact into a frenzied state before it shut down. Even if the void magicule is restored, the Omnium will need recalibrating. We will need Belovir's key cipher. Now, my key cipher, to do this. I will meet you in my study and we can recover it.
Do not let outsiders interfere.
If I can find the missing component Darkon ripped from the Omnium, will you be able to recalibrate and stabilize it?
I will. Belovir should have locked the Grand Magister's key cipher in his study. Well, now my study. His safeguards will need to be unraveled. I will meet our champion there.
And I will search Dawnstar Spire to find the missing piece. Join me when you can, champion. And Ramath, good luck.
I guess we just walk back on out. Okay. I didn't realize that this was like an extra little area over here. My goodness, how different this place is now that we've dealt with the Darkwell.
Relying on mirror images to unlock multiple wards. Clever. Even in death, he is still teaching me.
Do not squander resources.
Belovir appears to have left instructions on how to access his vault. Instructions that have been waiting for me for a long time. Knowing my predecessor, he is no doubt complicated in a way that only befitted his mastery over the mirror image spell. We'll need to divvy up the challenge here. I'll head upstairs to my office and deal with the more complicated wards. Can you assist my mirror images in unraveling the 3 on the outer levels? Yeah, I could do that.
It would be unwise to oppose us.
Alright, there's one here. A magical lattice appears before you, forming a shape. Ramoth's spellwork has revealed hidden information in the ward set by Bellavere, causing the arcane links, locking the mechanism to show up differently. I can either unravel it, or I could just skip the minigame. Let me just take a look at this. I'm just curious what this minigame is. Oh, it's this. I know some people don't like this. I don't mind these at all. I actually rather enjoy this particular minigame. There we go. Now let's see. Upstairs we go. Sorry, was that a demon hunter named Local Sponge? I do appreciate that they do give the skip option for people who don't want to do this particular minigame. It's a world quest, but I know that there are some that just don't enjoy that. I mean, there are some I don't particularly enjoy myself either, so I'm not going to blame anybody for feeling that way. Hold on. There you go. Yep, Local Sponge. Lol.
What would you ask of me?
Bellavere Solinar's mastery over the mirror image spell was known by many. His arcane thesis on mirror triplication led to his first contribution into the Omnium's arcane magicule. It was also his favorite spell to prank his apprentices with. I can't help but wonder if he knew how unamused that I would be at this attempt at one last joke. Regardless, excellent work. One last war to go.
I serve Silvermoon.
After Bellavere's death, I contemplated opening this vault. I talked myself out of it. A key for a shattered lock serves no purpose. And yet, even as Kael'thas tried to open it with his key, I couldn't help but wonder. It doesn't matter. I'm nearly done with the Master Ward on the upper floor. Meet me there. No doubt, Bellavere took extra steps to safeguard his vault.
We have overcome much.
I've managed to unravel most of his wards, but Bellavere was always extravagant with his safeguards. I will need your help for this last one.
What is it?
Aha! Hello, Bellavere. Thank you.
Do not squander resources.
When I was an apprentice, Bellavere gave a lecture on the Omnium's key ciphers. To protect the keys, each cipher took on the form known only to its owner. Kael'thas had his key, now lost, and Bellavere had his, sealed away in his vault. I wonder what shape Kael'thas used for his. Its shifting image making it impossible to decipher.
Respect our customs. I am rather busy. Be about your work.
Okay, now what? I'm confused. There's no follow-up to that? Hello? Like, hold on a second. Is everyone here waiting for him to, like, give the next quest? Because that's what it feels like. It's like, wait a minute. Where's the other part of this? I don't know. I have a feeling it might be bugged. What a shock. A bugged quest in World of Warcraft the week it comes out? No, I can't imagine that would ever happen. Shortly after Zalatan...
Your clever little Riftwalkers have found your target, Riftblade. Why do you insist on waiting?
Hello, Decimus.
We are not charging in through another portal blind, Decimus. We need a few experts before we mobilize, starting with our champion here.
Good to see you both. Shortly after Zalatath disappeared, rogue void forces and ethereals attacked our lands. We discovered they're operating from former Legion-controlled worlds, giving my Rift Wardens a trail to follow. With Quel'Thalas still under threat from these attacks, large-scale support from Silvermoon is out of the question. Luckily, I have found like-minded allies to join our assault. With the help of Beleth Dawnblade and Decimus, we have learned our enemies launch their attacks from former Legion worlds. This makes you and your Illidari experts in such terrain. I mean, we're talking about former Legion worlds, so... I've requested your Demon Hunter's aid in navigating these worlds and fortifying our defenses. They await you in Murder Row. Help them prepare for the assault and rally them to mobilize. But of course...
Death to the Shadow God.
When the Haladar attacked, we quickly learned about their history with the Army of the Light. Commander Talasan has been providing us information on these ethereals. His soldiers stand ready to join our cause. I've requested their expertise in establishing a forward camp for our mission. Aid them in their preparations and inform the commander we mobilize soon.
Use discretion when recruiting our allies. Umbre cannot afford upset tensions here in Silvermoon.
Understood.
Gather your friends quickly, hero. Every second we delay, we lose the advantage of surprising our enemies.
The light will not forget us.
Ah, we meet again. It is Riftblade Melee Strike Force. We are stand at the ready. Are you joining Riftblade Melee Strike Team? I am. I may not have the numbers or the ordnance that Talasan had hoped for, but Captain Faria has given us clearance to join Melee's mission. It'll be good to hunt down these void and ethereal forces after this long. Just as long as you guys don't turn on us like those other three did. Okay? Are we cool? Are we all cool on that? I'm just saying, guys. Faria!
The light prevails.
Vetavoros, when Riftblade Mela requested support in her mission against these renegade void and ethereal forces, Ymera and Barat were the first to volunteer. Talasan knows much about the enemy. He'll be taking point on the soldiers that you see gathered here. So you're joining the strike team? No. The commander here will be leading a small force to support the Riftblade's discreet mission. We may be short on cleared for duty soldiers, but Mela's request will not go unanswered. Barat and Ymera will be accompanying Talasan. I believe that their history with the Haladar will go a long way. Diosaka, PapaNeeks.
Arcanon Poros.
Akal Hekta. It is good to finally put the name to a face. I have heard much about your involvement in these attacks. I look forward to seeing how you fare in the field. Mike, hold on a second. Who are you? I am Talasan, commander of the Light Veil in the Army of the Light. At her request, I agreed to join the Riftblade Mela's mission in pursuit of these void forces in the Haladar. We have a complicated history with these enemies, but we are well suited for traveling into the realms unknown. Those you see gathered here are among the finest to serve in the Light Veil unit. Wait, how do you know who I am? Well, it is my job to know. It'll be good to fight alongside you on this mission. Where are the rest of the Light Forged? Many of my brothers and sisters were lost to the screaming void vortex of the Void Spire. Many with more sustained injuries that are more than just physical. I know what befell many of those within the Spire. You saw it too, didn't you? Rage, confusion, desperation. We lost many good souls in this war. I could not ask Maria to spare any more than she could. Well, Riftblade Mela is ready. She waits your forces in the Void Storm. Affirmative. We will mobilize to meet you and Mela in the Void Storm.
Dionysaka!
Oh. I couldn't see Ymera because this guy is just sitting here. Get out of the way!
We will redeem our home.
Ah, is it time? Did the Riftblade Mela send you? I could use her assistance before we set off. I've been modifying our Light Veil technology using a simple cloaking spell and that tether. Combined, I believe that I can shroud our entire base camp when we touch ground. But first I need an invisible test subject to test the distance limits on the tether. Would you care to help? I can help, but I'll need some help becoming invisible. We Blood Elf Demon Hunters don't have a stealth ability.
The Legion will stop
While
at nothing.
cloaked with invisibility, take hold of the tether from the beacon and see how far you can extend it. Whoa! Ah. Will the cloaking tether be operational, Ymera? Mela is counting on it to keep our arrival point hidden. Did I not promise the Riftblade that she would have her defenses? A few more adjustments is all I require. I will pass word. Talsan just did forsworn me. Only a few Lightforged could be spared. The attack on the Void Spire left their forces decimated. Many wounded, many more slain or missing. Any support that we can muster from the Army of the Light will go a long way in this operation. Right, we also now need to go meet up with Umbric. However, there is something I'm curious about. Meet her either in Silvermoon, Dornogal, Stormwind, or Orgrimmar. So yeah, I did hear that we do have a new lore walking. I just don't see it on the map anywhere. At least I don't see where she is in Silvermoon. However, I do know where she is in Orgrimmar. So I at least want to go pick that up really quick. So before we go meet up with Umbric, although we may have to actually hold off on that because we actually do need to keep in mind the time. I obviously don't want to miss raid because of the questing. But I'm pretty sure I know exactly where Lily would be in Orgrimmar. The Pandarans were usually always back over here. Yeah, in the Valley of Honor, like right here. I again am a little sad that we're doing this with Lily instead of Lorewalker Cho, but I do like Lily. And it's just a little reminder like, oh yeah, we probably do need to start moving on from having, you know, it would be a little weird if Cho all of a sudden just stops showing up in the game, you know, but at the same time we do have to acknowledge that Jim Cummings is, he's quite up there in age. So we do need to have a point where we not need to have him show up all the time, anytime Cho is part of the game. as much as I'm a fan of his and love the man, just, you know, I do have to acknowledge that there needs to be a point where we need to like be like, it's all right, you've done your part, you can retire and just enjoy whatever, you know, whatever time you have left with your family and such. You know, it does warm my heart anytime I see like a TikTok of him reading a storybook to his grandchildren as Winnie the Pooh. That just warms my heart. You know, that those grandkids are growing up knowing that their grandpa is Winnie the Pooh. Now, what I'm wondering is, do I need to take this balloon to go see Lily? I mean, it's nice that this lets me go back to the Wandering Isle. I'm glad it's there for that. But still, I'm just like, wait a minute. I thought Lily would be here. Maybe that's not where she actually is. Actually, didn't Cho used to show up like over here somewhere? Maybe that's where Lily is now. Of course, this is the Demon Hunter area. What is this quest here?
Loktar.
The Brawlgar Arena. Huh.
Dabu.
I'll have to mess with this at some point. I know what that is. A level 1 orc hunter just standing here in the middle of just on a random spot in the city. I'm pretty sure I know exactly what's going on with that character right there. That is a character being used to spam the services channel in chat, which I do not have up because that is just nothing but absurd spam. Oh, how I wish we could be able to like make it where those people couldn't do that ever again in this game anymore. But unfortunately, there's just no way to properly do that.
There is much to discover.
Good kitty. Well, I'm not really sure, because it says you can find Lily in either... Now, maybe I have to... Because it says she is in Dornegal. And I know exactly where Cho used to sit in Dornegal, so maybe we'll do that. Let's go back to Dornegal real quick. I can always hearth back to Silvermoon. And... Huh. Azuna... Wait, is the Dornegal portal back upstairs? I thought it was moved down here. They keep moving around where the portals are. Like, which portals are upstairs, which portals are downstairs. That's Razorwind Shores, Oribos, Valdraken, Silvermoon. There's Dornegal. There's the Tome of History. There's Lily. She doesn't have a quest for me?
This world is amazing. Let's talk again soon.
Here we go. So it's not even just a quest, but it is here. These are the ones we've done before. I didn't do this one on this character because I did it on my Shadow Priest because I thought it was more fitting. But we have done all the other four. This is the only one we haven't done yet. And we will get the Tome of Kings, Dolor, which is fitting because it's pretty clear the next big patch we're getting is going to involve Diamani. So I called this during
our next adventure.
I called this during the campaign, when we were doing the campaign. So when we were over here in Zulaman, I noted how at the end, when we found Zul'Jan here, he was staring off over here. And I was looking over there, I was like, what is that over there? Like, that's a whole island or area that's cut off, but it looked like it had like a whole temple and everything. And I'm like, why is Zul'Jan staring over there at that? What's over there that he's looking at? And I just, I think, pretty sure I said this in the playthrough, that it was almost certain in my mind that that was somewhere we were going later in the expansion. That was probably going to be some kind of raid or zone we would go to where we get to find even more about the Amani.
It's been so long.
So I'm not sure where she actually would be in those other cities, but at least I know that this is where she is here. Now, as much as I want to start this now,
I'll be in touch.
At the same time, I'm looking at the clock. I'm like, we're going to be getting close to raiding time. I don't want to get caught up in the middle of doing that quest, because those quests can actually take a little while. But we'll go ahead and do that some other time. I will say though that in lore, it does make sense, and it is fitting that Lily would actually take up the mantle of being like the lore walker in place of Cho. And I say that in case, you know, if we ever reach the very sad day where we lose Jim Cummings, that means we're also going to lose Lore Walker Cho as a character. And I'm sure that they'll try to write that into the story of WoW, where sadly Lore Walker Cho passes on. Much like the other Pandaren ancestors, just like in the Pandaren starting zone, that maybe, like in the starting zone, that master we had became one of those trees when he passed on. I don't think they're going to do the same thing for Cho, but it would be fitting if when Cho does pass on, that Lily basically takes up the mantle that he leaves behind as the lore walker in his place. So it's very sad to acknowledge that is something that's going to probably happen sooner rather than later, but that is just kind of the reality we all have to think about. I actually found out today that the gentleman who played Shang Tsung in the original Mortal Kombat movie, as well as Shang Tsung again in Mortal Kombat 11, the game, that he sadly passed away this past December. Which is a real shame, because he was a very, very good actor. Not just in the Mortal Kombat stuff, but in other things as well I had seen him in. But that's the role that we all remember him for, as Shang Tsung. Your brother's soul is mine! You will be next. And then, of course, in the game, he was just fantastic with the motion capture. I am a snake that knows, that has worked with Chronica and knows her secrets. Do you?
I hunger for the opportunity to work together.
I just realized I once again just instinctively went back through the wrong portal. We're going to Herondar, not the Void Spire. Because today did make it clear that that's the first thing we're doing tonight. He in an announcement in our signups in our Discord, he said, "We are starting with Heroic Sporefall and we are pulling it until it's dead." We are probably also going to have some of the folks from Good Noodle joining us tonight. He says on reasonably geared alts. But yeah, it's apparently a super simple boss fight mechanically, 100% just a stack stuff correctly, prio damage on ads type of boss. I mean, and you know, based on the guide I saw, yeah, he's right. We just have to prio like a couple of specific ads, position certain things correctly, but otherwise we can just also DPS down the boss, and that's basically it. That's why Liquid already got the world first kill on Mythic, and it was like a very short kill. They melted that thing so fast. The video was like only 5 minutes long. That's how fast they killed that thing. Now what's interesting is that I do wish there was more of a follow-up to this in terms of story, so I could know a bit more about what's going on. Because it's down here. Now, this is partly my fault, because as you can see, I still haven't done the side quests here in Harrendar. So, like, I'm guessing some of the side quests here may actually help give some more information about, like, these 2 raids we've had to deal with here, with the Dream Rift and now the Sporefall. And I just haven't done them yet, and that's just honestly my own fault.
The defenders of the Veil are growing
For having still put off doing these. It really is my own fault, so... Every time I see that thing, I just think of Horizon. I keep forgetting that's not an area we're supposed to actually go. It's over here, actually. The Dream Rift is over there. Apparently, that's the new raid entrance right there. This is where Sporefall is. Interesting. In case y'all are wondering, and what in the world? Why all of a sudden did this change? I wonder if this got updated via the new information that just came out, especially when it comes to the new raid. But yeah, only 2 pieces, although technically 3, but it says Sporefall, and that's the catalyst. But then there's like 2 pieces, which is this belt here, as well as this ring. So, that's the new other Abyss ring, along with Eye of Midnight. So, but of course, that's if you get the myth check version of those. So. So this is definitely a cleave fight, so... So in a couple of weeks, on the 30th, I'll be able to take advantage. This is gonna be, I think it's time walking, Dragonflight, yeah. But also more importantly, this is Turbulent Timeways, which means we'll get access to the extra XP. This is gonna be a great time for us to actually try and level ults. So. Alright, I am going to take a little break here since we have some time to kill. So feel free to like either go grab a snack or grab a drink. I'll probably do the same thing myself. And then when we come back, we will be getting ready to hop in the Discord and then get ready to do this new raid. So let me go ahead and I think I'm just going to go ahead and put on some chill music tonight. Let me see here. Just going through the different places here, like what's some chill music some ambiance music we could listen to? I think Dalaran. I always love listening to Dalaran music. Alright, I am back. And I am going to... First of all, I'm going to turn this down. Then I'm going to hop into the Discord channel. Since a good number of them are already in there, so... I think they're already inside. Oh. Oh, this is, huh. Quite a bit of trash in here that we have to go through to reach the boss. I don't think I can even see it from here. No, wait, no, there he is. Yeah. I mean, that's only a B tier trinket for me. Now the ring. The ring is now one of my new BIS rings. Now, I get why this ring is good, because it's got both haste and mastery. It's just funny that the equip bonus is about dealing nature damage. I'm like, do I even do nature damage? Okay. So then that makes sense why it's a new BIS ring. And of course, that neck is going to be a new BIS neck for a lot of classes. Not very sure, not even the neck. Huh. Because I'm looking at the list and it says it's a new BIS overall. Well, I have the add-on that includes both Wowhead and Icy Veins. At least on Icy Veins, it's saying it's the new BIS overall, not on Wowhead. Well, that's why I like this add-on, because it just includes the information from both sites at the same time. Yeah, and Windwalker. I mean, it's obviously BIS for the healer specs, obviously. But yeah, they're all going to be 285. Let me swap to just everything, just so I can see what all the other stuff here is. Oh, those are the only ring and trinket. Okay, never mind. I'm pretty sure it's already upgradable. Oh, trash got pulled. It's a Heron Dart near the Dream Rift one. It might have been me also, because I was just kind of jumping around. Number of people are having to either update the game or update Discord or both. Banana pudding shake? Jesse, you are such a troll. Plus, we're all been getting turned into mushrooms, so, you know. Yeah, it's gonna make you guys play fire. That's their punishment. He's gonna force you to play fire. there's a lot to update. Mm-hmm. And I watched Liquid already get the world first. Yeah. Yeah, and the Liquid one was 5 minutes.
Oh, do I have a deal for you? Glad I could help.
See, I thought you called it what that James Bond movie was called. I mean, technically, the Orc's a fun guy, so. Okay. There we go. Drop a feast. Yes. Yeah, yeah, it's only an A tier for Resto. Yeah, I think the only healing specs it's an S tier for are Holy Priest, Dispriest, and Holy Paladin, I think, according to the list I'm looking at here. But the neck, that is absolutely a, at least according to Icy Veins, not necessarily Wowhead, but Icy Veins, is a Abyss overall. $2,000 gold and a bunch of mushrooms. A side? So, like, how does that work? Like, once every couple of days? Weapon oils. There we go. All right.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright, we one-shot this thing. Two trinkets in the belt. Huh. I got the trinket. Oh, great, I got the trinket. Salad bar. Wait, what? Wait, what's this spore snack? Oh, okay.
Time is money, friend. Ah, potential customer.
I think I'm supposed to, eh. Because then I'm like, wait a minute, what about the second embellishment? You know? But I guess that doesn't really matter. Okay, so I guess now we just go turn this in back in Silvermoon. Alright, so now to finish our achievement runs. Yeah, it's just intellect and then leech. Okay, so now we're gonna head over to Dream Rift to do the achievement over there, and then we'll go do the achievements for March. Alright, he's already set to normal. Okay. Sergeant Quackers awaits. I just legit don't see that being better. Hold on one second. Well, my mom decided to drop off some Domino's pizza for me for dinner tonight. Just go ahead and hide that. Ooh. Full on pepperoni there. Look at that. Hold on, let me swap to this so you guys can see it a little better. Look at that. Pizza is here. No, seriously, it just had some pizza dropped off, and yeah, just a full-on pepperoni pizza here.
For it threatens lands beyond the Rift of Aun.
Yes, he's right over here. Just hiding over here behind this rock. Dominoes. Hey, I didn't choose. You know, my mom grabbed it for me, so I'm not gonna be picky. Yeah, I like Domino's. I don't think so. I think it's just a straight up pepperoni, which I'm more than fine with. Hopefully my blink should be enough to catch him. Wow, they put a lot of Parmesan cheese on this.
I hear only her pain. This one was allowed to grow for too long. The rift has formed it into something terrible. Without a goddess to shape it, it is only torment and rage. It must be stopped.
That's what she said.
Five,
That one's bigger.
3, 2, 1.
She forgets us all! Feel my pain!
I like how Quackers is trying to help it. I like how he's attacking the boss with us. Now he's running away. Wait, get back here! Get back here, Quackers! Quackers, get back here! There you go. Do I have? Yeah, I have a feather on me. All right. Yeah. Uh-oh. Well, we didn't get the big ad. So we did not get the big ad. Yep. Well, yeah, because he kept running around, so it took us a little while to get to him.
Feel my pain! Death is easy! I suffer alone.
I got what you need! Keep it real!
Wait, do I have to go click on him again? I did see one, I think it's like one feather that kind of slowly circles you, because I did see it on me. So, I don't think it is stuffed crust, but that's fine.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
She forgets us all!
Go get him, Quackers!
Hurt as I do!
Quack. Quack. I love that he is attacking the boss with us. I love it. He's helping. Woohoo! I'm helping. Alright, Quackers. Hello, Quackers. Get back here. Alright, collect them. Alright. Yeah, I see it. This little feather right here. Poor Quackers. He's just like all stuck down there like, ah.
The hunger! Hurt as I do! I'm cursed! My prey! Skies protect!
Yeah, I've got my little feather right here, so I know I did.
Three, two, one.
Feel my pain! I'm cursed!
There we go.
It ends the pain. One day, the goddess may be able to shape what forms here into what they should be. Until then, the Shulka must protect the
All
world
right.
from their rage and sorrow. Thank you, friend.
Back to Silvermoon. Oh.
I answer to the light.
Huh. Alright, so while we're here, we're going to go ahead and turn these in before we head to March to do the achievements over there.
We see you. We offer greetings.
Great, I got a bunch of mushrooms.
I got the best deals anywhere. Hurry back.
Thanks, Yell. Oh, maybe this is stuffed crust. Oh my gosh, it is stuffed crust. Yeah, she is. I will certainly be enjoying that tonight. Let me see here. Refill some of these after I was using them for keys this past week. Okay. I'm on my flying dinosaur.
Quickly now! Bring him down before they hatch anew! Two halves of a whole. Verisa, follow the light, Phoenix. I'll take the other side.
Are you sure?
I know what the Void can do. I can handle this. Champions, prepare yourselves.
We must stop Belloren. arrows! Now! We must bring them down together! Beloren, please! We are defenders of the Sunwell, as are you!
The Void. Mother says it speaks to you. To Beloren. We are attacking what he was sworn to defend.
Yeah, trash coming. Huh. So is that all we need to do is just kill while we're holding the egg?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I am now the void. The void. Oh, okay. I'll just chill over here then. Focus the egg.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Huh.
In the end, he knew. He sacrificed himself for us.
No need to mourn. He'll return anew.
Yeah, we're not gonna. Yeah, we're not really doing
Is there
Gargle
no
for the
end to their
achievement
armies?
stuff.
Hold the line.
Karst is just
This
here. He's just
ends
hanging out.
now.
Like you sound like you know, Dharma. How would you know?
You are your mother's son, a constant reminder of her failure. You sicken her.
No. No, liar!
You
Yeah,
look
Meow's not
up
here.
to your sister so highly. She only looks down on you. A weak little girl to be pitied.
Illyria! I can't!
I would not be here without you. My thanks. Come to me. Accept your oblivion.
So we're being very slow in our DPS for this. Alright. This could be a very long one, but it's the last one we need. "12 Memories of Illyria back to Luura." Oh, no, nothing from Mythic Rotma, it seems.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Darkness embrace you.
Circle, diamond, X. Y'all can just kind of chill where you are, basically. There you go.
Weep. Mourn. Sever the light. The void surges. I am denial. You solve nothing.
Triangle, X, circle.
Weep. Mourn. Sever.
Watch the glaives.
The void surges. I am denial. You solve nothing.
X, circle.
Weep. Mourn. Sever the light. You waste your time. I ebb and flow, the darkest of tides. Darkness blooms. This is a certainty you must embrace. Shatter in shame. Slice of shadow.
He be skinny.
Enough. The dark well calls and I answer. Can you hear it? Shadows take you.
forgot about the audio for this, especially the music.
I bask. I grow.
Really like the music for this fight. It's very dreading, you know.
Swallowed by shadow. I bask. I grow. Swallowed by shadow. I bask. I grow. You cannot stop what has begun. You cannot end the ending. Midnight falls. Your efforts are the absence of reason, of light, of life.
At least they're suffering.
The sun falls.
This is madness.
I got it.
Night is infinite, eternal, inevitable.
Oof, that was close.
Embrace you.
I can't keep anyone safe.
The sun falls. All possibilities are cloaked in shadow. Relent. Revel in the dark. An inevitable end. The sun falls. Your only purpose is oblivion.
Show yourself, monster!
The sun falls.
We've won, but the Darkwell remains.
What was wrought here cannot simply be undone. The light is all but consumed. I barely feel the well's power.
We can't leave it like this. The wounds the void left behind must be healed.
It was called, what was it called? The Tenebrous Harrower. The Tenebrous Harrower. I will ask today when he gets back. Though, depending on how bad he needed to go, we may need to wait a bit. Okay. Tenebrous Harrower.
What's up? Keep it real.
Yeah, group picture. I mean, we're all right here, so. After you took the portal here in Silvermoon. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, but then I have to change my flight style, Moss. Ugh. We were just asking while you were away, like, what you want us to do tonight afterwards. We all know you'll just ask Dharma to do it for you anyway. What's weird though, today is that I was doing it and then just kind of stopped. So I don't know like what I'm supposed to do next to progress it. I was standing there like, okay, where's the next quest to continue this? And it just didn't happen. Oh. Well, I mean, like, I was in the... Not all of them. Yeah, not all of them, just one particular one. I think it was... So, did you say it was an add-on preventing the quest from continuing? Because that's my issue here. Well, I mean, I've been following the regular quests, but then I get to a point where it just kind of... Ramoth just stops giving me quests, and I don't have it. Oh, it's a weekly thing. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay. I didn't realize this was split up into weeks. So if it's split up into weeks, we can't get that power boost then for tomorrow, right? I haven't even gone to a new zone. I'm still here on the Isle of Quel'Danas. Like, it stopped and I haven't even gotten any of that, like, first power you're talking about, so... Like, I'm legit confused here because, like, Ramoth just won't give me the next part. I'm like, what's the next part here? I don't know.
Respect our customs.
I don't know. I legit don't know. It's very confusing. I'm just very confused about this, about how it's apparently supposed to be, you know, give me the next part, and then it's just like, it just doesn't. It just stops. So I'm very confused right now. Because I don't have, like, some kind of buff or something for this. And if we're supposed to get it, like, something out of this for this first week, then I just don't have it, and I don't know what to do about it. So, I don't know. I don't know, guys. Let me see here. That's right. We're going to also... Oh, that's why. Silly me. Oh, I just realized what I was doing wrong. I had to go meet Umbric at the other place to continue it. Silly me. That's why the questline wasn't continuing, because I had to go meet Umbric. Alright. So we had helped Ramoth, so now we're helping out Umbric here. Umbric? Is it supposed to be doing that?
The shadows serve us.
My suspicions were true. Can you feel it in the air? That cold, distant pulse, like a muffled heartbeat. Hold on a second. Let me hop out of the raid channel, just so I can make sure I don't have any overstimulation from everyone chatting about while I'm doing this. I believe it may be the component that we're looking for, hidden just out of sight from us. With the right spell and focus, the Void can reveal what secrets Darkon may yet have hidden here. While you connect each other together, each anchor together, I will finalize the spell. Be wary. The Void already tugs at us, calling us to our destination. What is this place? This is Dawnstar Spire, the childhood home of Darkon Drefthir. It was once a quiet, pleasant place. After my exile from Silvermoon, I tracked down several pieces of Darkon's research into the Void, which led me here. Apparently, he conducted much of his research in secret. Atop this tower is where I first opened the rift to Telegris. I had no idea that there were more secrets lingering here. Alright, so that seems easy enough.
Be open to possibilities.
Let me also go ahead and turn the sound back up. Give me bits. There we go. Alright, and we connect this one. Alright. And then this one. There we go.
Come with an open mind.
With the anchors connected and stabilized, I can safely attune to the faint pulse that we feel around us. With enough luck, the Void will reveal exactly where this pulse originates from. And knowing Darkon, there is no doubt that he left some sort of secondary ward or protective measure in place. Ready yourself.
Do not bend to the whispers.
Wait, what was that last thing you said? After my last visit here, as Eversong had begun to heal, the cold, lingering shadow that once clung to this place dissipated. And yet, despite that, I feel like there is something else here. Something that I missed the first time. After reclaiming Silvermoon, the Magisters torched Darkon's personal study and dwellings within the city walls. I had thought that I had found everything that I needed the first time I searched this place. But now, it seems that Darkon left some secrets. This portal will take us to them. I do not know what we will find on the other side, so be on your guard.
How many times must Darkon's crimes haunt us? Be on your guard, champion. I sense something.
Oh. Hello. A bound horror from beyond. Okay. And back we go.
Darkon must have hidden this even from his master. I can't help but wonder what secrets he gleaned from it.
A Void Magicule. As you peer into the orb, you see brief flickers of runic enchantments, forbidden spells, and sealed away knowledge swirling within, calling out to you. Harry Potter. Sorry. I get a lot of Harry Potter references today. Once upon a time, I thought that I had gleaned every secret the Darkon had hidden away in this place. Today's events have certainly been unexpected. For the sake of precaution, and because I know Ramoth will ask about it, I'm going to ensure that there is nothing else lurking or hidden away here. I will clean up our ritual and meet you back at Magister's Terrace after you have helped Ramoth recover Belavir's key cipher. There was a time when I would have rejoiced in finding this relic. A time where I longed to peer into the secrets locked away within. But knowing Darkon recovered it while slaughtering the convocation of Silvermoon, a grim discovery, as are most things when it comes to that monster.
We serve the Alliance.
Once... Oh, I already read that.
Greetings, traveler.
Well, now that we have recovered the piece that Darkon stole, we are one step closer to restoring the Omnium. Hopefully your endeavor with Ramoth was a little less troublesome. When you're ready, return to the Magister's Terrace. I will clean up anything left behind here and join you shortly.
Shadows watch over you.
Oh, thank you for the portal. See, Umbrick's cool. He actually opens portals for us. Unlike other mages. Sorry. Not that I'm saying any mages I personally know. But there have been mages I have encountered that are like that. Oh, the library is so much nicer and cleaner now. How wonderful. Alright.
I serve Silvermoon.
I suppose we should be thankful that Darkon decided to bury so many of his secrets within that accursed place. I shudder to think what might have happened had he hid the Void Magicule within Deathholm and allowed it to fall into the hands of the Scourge, or the Twilight's Blade. Only one task yet remains.
We have overcome much.
For years, as Silvermoon and its people changed, this relic sat in a vault beneath the terrace, unresponsive and dormant. We may never truly understand why the relic fell silent when it did, or why it refused the prince's call, but perhaps in time, we might. Let us hope that the missing Magicule and the key cipher will be enough to restore it. Are you ready?
We build our future upon the backbone of tradition.
We are nearly there. With Belavir's key cipher recovered, and the missing Void Magicule you and Umbrick reclaimed, there is but one task that remains. It's now or never.
It would be...
All paths are possible.
I'd nearly forgotten how beautiful the Omnium was. There is something nostalgic about it. The glow of its basin, the shimmer of the Magicules, a relic from an age long past. It's strange to think how silent and eerie it had been for the last few decades. But even now, after all the trouble that we went through to reawaken it, I'm left with more questions about it. Perhaps in time we can answer these questions and many more. So what was wrong with the Infinium? Well, with the Omnium, a question that we have all been asking since it went quiet. No one knows specifically what happened. All we know is the state that it was found in. I wasn't here when the terrace fell, when Darkon arrived, but I saw the aftermath. I had never seen the Omnium so empty. Not a glimpse of power, nor a Magicule in sight. A barren, silent frame. It was unsettling, to say the least. Well, why did Darkon damage the Omnium? In all honesty, I'm not sure that he intended to. His betrayal against the Convocation and our people was sickening. But I can't see him wanting to inflict damage to the Omnium. A respiratory containing forbidden knowledge he had been denied for so long was not something that he'd seek to destroy. If anything, I expected him to try and steal the entire Omnium. Perhaps that's why he settled for a piece of it instead. Can anyone access the knowledge that's contained within the Omnium? Ramoth may barely tolerate my research, but the Omnium has always been well protected with safeguards and regulations. It has never been an open source for compendium of all things magic, thankfully. I shudder to think what Darkon might have accomplished if he had been granted access. The rules in place have existed since the days of Dathramar. His first encounters with the Void, or the devastation he witnessed with Fel during the War of the Ancients, are precisely why such magics were outlawed. With that said, perhaps there is discussions to be had.
I have much to teach you.
Most magisters, myself included, had simply given up hope that we would ever see it restored. Was it the Void's assault on the Sunwell that stirred it, or the Dawnwell? Perhaps we'll never know. What I do know is that we stand in its presence thanks to you. Normally I'd bid you farewell with a handsome reward, but perhaps there is more that you can help us with. With, of course, an even greater reward.
Maintain focus and control.
Those who sought to learn from the Omnium had to contribute to it. While most magisters studied within the terrace, a select few were appointed as Seekers of Wisdom. Seekers would search for new and foreign magic to contribute to the Omnium's vast index for study. Given your adventurous experience, I think you'd make an excellent seeker. If you're interested, the Grand Magister will explain more. Alright.
The Rendorai shall prove our worth.
We've never appointed a seeker from outside the Magisters, but you are uniquely qualified. As seeker, you will be given research tasks, either by Umbric or myself. In exchange for completing these tasks, we will provide you a series of powerful runic enchantments to augment your own powers. You'll find these runes in your Omnium folio, the choice of which you empower is yours, of course. Any questions? About the Sunstrider Omnium. I imagine that many do. Normally I would redirect all questions to our newly unretired Keeper of Knowledge, Custodian Veldarin, but given your role in restoring the Omnium, I'll indulge your curiosity. What do you think was wrong with the Omnium? Oh, that's a question that I have pondered since the days after Silvermoon fell. When Prince Kael'thas and I returned to the Lycanium, we found the Omnium silent, unlike it is now. Despite our efforts, it remained lifeless. Not even Kael'thas could awaken it. Hey, Kirley. When it awoke, it did so in a damaged, chaotic state, leaving us just as confused as we were before. Well, why didn't the Omnium respond to Kael'thas? I cannot answer that. But we tried everything to revive the Omnium. Not even the Sunstrider key cipher had any effect on it. Kael'thas was grieving. He, like all of us, had lost so much in so little time. He was desperate to find answers for our plight, for our people. The knowledge within the Omnium might have helped us. It might have even guided the prince. But when it remained silent, we found ourselves at an impasse. But did you suspect Darkon? At first, we did. We knew that he had come to the terrace to butcher the Convocation. The evidence was spattered on the walls in the Omnium itself. But when we raided his studies and home, we found only his obsession with darker magics. Umbric later pointed out that Drathir's motivation was power and knowledge, and damaging the Omnium seemed counter to his ambitions. Was the Omnium missing a piece when you found it? When we found nothing but an empty frame in the wreckage. No magicules, no runic glow. Apart from the refuse left behind by Darkon's slaughter, it was seemingly lifeless. The magicules were created as extensions of the Omnium. We never considered them to be pieces that could go missing. When the relic awoke and the magicules reappeared, we noticed the center matrix was vacant. It was an anomaly that we have never seen before. Whatever magicule had been accessed last was simply gone or destroyed, or in this case, stolen. Can anyone access the knowledge contained within the Omnium? Only the Magisters are permitted to study the knowledge within, and even then there are restrictions. Rules and regulations were put in place by Dathramar himself generations ago. This ensured that as we discovered and cataloged new and dangerous magics, we also protected ourselves from the unpredictable nature of these forces. That said, there was a time when accessing the Fel magicule was once strictly prohibited. To think how times would quickly change. Will the Renderai be permitted to study the Void magicule? Umbric and his followers, sedated, will be expected to follow the regulations when it comes to the Omnium. I will not have a magical show and tell with the horrors of the Void simply because the Renderai can't follow rules. Nevertheless, as much as I still have little faith in the path that Umbric has followed, I may be inclined to at least trust him. For now. The control of the Void that he insists his people have mastered may allow for more educated discussions when it comes to the Void magicule, but I will not have Void magic become a new curriculum for the Magisters of this terrace. Okay, alright.
Do not let outsiders interfere.
Chill. Wait. This sounds an awful lot like homework. We've both agreed to offer this first rune as a gesture of thanks for your aid with the Omnium. There is no requirement of arcane prowess or magic. Simply choose the one that appeals to you more. I chose the rune of Unleashed Flame, a powerful enchantment authored by Dathramar himself. Umbric's choice, naturally, is from the Void magicule you found in Darkon's Tower. Open your folio and make your selection.
For Quell Thalas.
Oh, so it's here. Select a core rune. Every 10 seconds, you attract a void-touched orb up to 5. Damaging an enemy sends all of the orbs at them, dealing cosmic damage per orb. Your healing spells send all of the orbs to the most injured nearby ally, healing them for, per orb. Your spells have a high chance to unleash the power of Flame, dealing fire damage to an enemy or restoring health to the most injured nearby ally. I mean, considering that my spec does cosmic damage, I would think this would be like a decent option. You know. Now, what are the other ones? Let's take a look. When your core rune deals damage or healing, you are healed if you are below 75% health. Suffering more than 10% of your max health in a single hit grants you a shield, but also inflicts damage to you. Taking damage grants speed for 10 seconds. Your core rune deals an additional amount of damage, cosmic damage to enemies, or an additional amount of healing to allies over 8 seconds. Now favors targets that are infected by your rune or lingering. There's 4 choices here. And gain critical strike, haste, mastery. Okay, so whichever stat you like. And then the damage and healing of your core rune is increased by 100%. The damage healing of your rune of lingering is increased by 100%. Wait. Of your core rune. Of your rune of lingering. Oh, this one. Okay. Or your core rune leaves an echoing curse on the target for 10 seconds that accumulates 50% of all damage or healing done to your target. Okay.
What would you ask of me?
Week 1 of 5. While your chosen affinity has no doubt leaned you towards Umbric's runes, at least consider what I've offered. The School of Fire is not something to shirk so readily. With each weekly research assignment you contribute, Umbric and I will select another series of runes for your Omnium Folio. For now, test out your rune while Umbric and I prepare the next assignment for you.
Be about your work. The Sunwell must
Stay a
be
while
protected.
and listen.
This new chapter, the reawakening of the Sunstrider Omnium, the Dawnwell, maybe it has given us a path forward.
Not just one path. We have untapped potential to forge our way down many paths, Rameth.
Perhaps. After all, walking the same path over and over, expecting a different destination, has only led us to madness.
Madness is but a singular possibility. Such is the burden of discovery.
Discovering burdens is your specialty. But we still need caution. The Omnium
needs to be studied, Grand Magister, not feared or locked away.
I do not fear possibility, Magister Umbric, but I will not allow it to seize our fate yet again. I will, however, trust our people, all our people, to harness and master its potential.
It's nice to see Romoth actually, have some growth. You know, I'm glad they spent some time on his character growth in this expansion. Okay, well, we don't have to come back here. We can actually just now access this right here, in this little thing right here. So that's good to know. And it looks like I can literally just swap between them whenever I want. So that is good to know. I'm sure, after 5 weeks have gone by, when we have access to everything, a recommended path is what will be given. Okay, so now that that has been taken care of, also let me just go ahead and do a /wave to Dharma, who's right there. So there's 2 more things we can still do. We can go figure out what's going on with this assault involving the Lightforged and the Demon Hunters. And of course we have the lore walking about the Loa with Lily. Now that is marked, but honestly I think would be a nice little kind of break from the norm for the time being. Let's go ahead and head on back to Dornegal and chat with Lethe about Daloa. And then we will do the next part of the questline in whatever this new zone is. See, I'm not the only one coming here to find Lily and do this. Hey Lily, I'm back.
How have you been?
Oh, so you decided to become a lore walker? For a while now, I've felt uncertain about my path. Should I follow in my father's footsteps and become a brewmaster? Pick up the skills from some of those other cultures that I've learned so much about? But the more I thought about it, I realized I've spent almost my whole life since I was a cub exploring and adventuring. I want to try something new, and right now that means becoming a lore walker to share the gift of all these stories that I've learned in my adventures. Or, as lore walker Cho would say, there's one skill that I've yet to acquire. Sitting still. I mean, let's be honest, Lee, that was always more of your Uncle Chen's thing, not you. You were always the one going, come on, Uncle Chen, let's go. And he's like, relax, Lily, we're going to sit here and enjoy our drink, our brew. So what stories can you tell me?
See you later.
Tell me about the Loa.
Until our next adventure, what are the Loa? Many call them wild gods, but to the trolls, they're Loa. They come from the Emerald Dream, usually in the shapes of Azeroth's wild creatures. The Loa often watch over the animals they share their shape with. Some also connect with the mortal races of Azeroth. Trolls were one of the first to bargain with the Loa for protection or power. Each tribe's nature is reflected in the Loa they bargain with. Each Loa represents something important, like fire, hunting, victory, or even war. The Loa of Kings, Razan, chose the Zandalari king to receive his blessings. With Razan by his side, it seemed King Rastakhan would rule forever. Nobody could challenge the king while Razan lived. But the traitor, Prophet Zul, had a plan. I'm so glad you're here!
So who were the Zandalari's Loa? The Zandalari had a whole pantheon of Loa. This includes Razan, the Loa of Kings. When he was around, he used to bless and protect the Zandalari rulers. Gonk is the Loa of the Hunt, the Raptor Loa who helped train the Troll Druids. Paku is the Loa of the Winds. The Pterodax Loa helps protect Zandalar's skies. A lot of the other Zandalari Loa are dinosaurs and live on their island. The Zandalari also watch over other Loa, and other Loa watch over them. Bwonsamdi is usually associated with the Dark Spear, but Queen Talanji has had dealings with the Loa of Death. There are countless other Loa in the Zandalari pantheon. It would take forever just to talk about the major ones, including Akunda. Remember that questline from BFA? I do. I still love the one where we actually can like recall our accomplishments to this guy to try and let him know who we are. Where it's like I took down the Lich King. You don't know who I am. He's like I only know Akunda. I still love that. It was so funny. Wait, so who is Prophet Zul? Prophet Zul was King Rastakhan's advisor and a powerful seer. He had visions of the Cataclysm and similar calamity. He disagreed with King Rastakhan's direction of allying with outsiders, and he wanted to create a future where the Zandalari were in a position of complete power and control. He thought the current path of the Zandalari would fall into rot and decay. Zul resurrected Dazar, an ancient king of the Zandalari, to enact his dark plans. He even aligned himself with Gahun, an old god whom he felt would serve his idea of a new Zandalari empire, but rather than the Loa. So, Dazar, that was the dungeon we did. The one you can still go back to get the raptor, mummified raptor mount. And then, of course, the old year raid. So tell me about what happened to Razan and King Rastakhan.
Let's get into the story.
Let's see how much of this we get to recap and redo in this whole quest line here. Also,
unaware of Zul's plans, King Rastakhan formed a war party to remove the traitor from Zandalar for good.
Ah, we're back in Zuldazar. Alright, just wanted to check real quick that my sound is working. And there's Razan. There's Paku. Gosh, it's been a while since I've heard this music. There's Gonk. Some of my other favorite Loa in this zone, like over here, I think it was in Nazmir, is where you could find, Kragwa, the Frog Loa. This guy was pretty cool. There was also a Turtle Loa that we actually found was actually like butchered by the Blood Trolls. Of course, this is Bwonsamdi's place over here, but Torga's Rest, because so Torga was butchered and actually like taken apart by the Blood Trolls. But fortunately, we were actually able to save him, and he kind of like was reborn as a baby turtle, which the Tortolans have been taken care of. We entrusted baby Torga to the Tortolans, and of course they've been taking care of him and raising him, so he can one day one day grow back into being the full-on turtle Loa that he was. There was another one up here in Voldoon. I think that might be the name, but there was a tiger Loa up in this area as well. Tortaka might be the name. Of course, this is where we were also dealing with, the Volpera and the Slytherin up here. But I remember the tiger Loa being up here, and then of course down here was the Temple of Akunda over here. So yeah, this was one of my favorite parts about questing in the Horde zones in BFA, was all the stuff involving all the various different Loa. I really, really enjoyed all the stuff about the Loa.
Be you predator or prey?
What's up, Rastakhan? It's been a while. Zul began a coup, but he did not secure the pyramid for himself, nor has he done anything to rally more to his banner outside of those who are already conspiring with him. This concerns me more than if he had carved his face into Dazar law itself. We must learn what he is up to, join the disciples of Gonk and ride ahead to the Temple of the Prophet. War Druid Loti will give you a ride. Look to her for further orders when you arrive.
May your foes tremble.
Come, hero. For this, you will want to hold on tight.
Sure thing.
Brothers and sisters of Zandala, the time has come to cut off the heads of these traitors who have sworn themselves to Zul. Gonk, lower of the hands, lead your followers to the Temple of the Prophet and slay any foes you find. Flush our enemies out into the open.
Oh, hey, Hex.
Paku, lower of the winds, take to the skies and seek out the heretics. Divine their goals and meet us at the temple. Rezan! Let's go hunting. For Zandala!
One of my favorite things that Rastakhan would also say if you clicked on
stood
him.
atop a tall Dazar, watching the war party approach. This was all part of his plan.
It was if you clicked on him and talked to him, he would sometimes say,
He
"It
had
is
no
good to be the
intention
king."
of hiding. He wanted to draw King Rastakhan's champions, and most importantly, the Loa of Kings into his trap.
Long boy! Yeah, this was a trap by Zul. The thing about Zul was that his ability to foresee the future was actually shockingly and scary and very terrifyingly accurate. Like, very, very accurate. Like, down to a T. It was scary how good his sight of the future could be.
Have you come to bargain?
Blood calls out for blood.
Bring strength to your pack.
Descend on Zul's fanatics and Mogu allies. Hunt them down and slay them all with the fury of a true predator. Show them the true price of their betrayal.
May your enemies never smell you coming.
That snake of a prophet Zul, I never trusted him. Always felt like he was never telling us the whole prophecy. Enter the temple of this prophet and see if he recorded any of his visions. We must learn what our prey intends before our real hunt may begin.
Walk on the wild side.
Hey, Hex. Swap to a different build here for this. Oh, that's right. Hold on. I have to wait for this to be done. There we go. I think this Void Scar is a little bit better for like questing and such. A little bit more bursty. Ha! The word of Zul. Followers, hear me. If our King Rastakhan be of no use, and his god Razan be of no use, then it falls to us to replace them. High atop Mount Mugamba be an ancient city of Atal Dazar, the sacred resting place of dead kings. There we shall find our true king, Dazar. With the power I wield, we shall return Dazar to his seat of glory as king of Zandalar. Just as a reminder, as I just said a bit ago, which one is it? Here it is, King's Rest. This is the dungeon where we actually go fight Dazar, where he actually tries to res him. And as you can see, oh, those are the Void Orbs. So those are the Void Orbs from the Omnium thing that I just unlocked. How about that?
Yes! There is a gap in their sky killers! Fly, my children! Slay these heretics!
Slay the heretics! Oh wait, we're not. This is not 40k. Purge the heretics! Followers, hear me. When I journeyed to Pandaria, we attempted an ancient and forbidden ritual. We awakened Lei Shen, the Thunder King of the Mogu. He had been dead for many ages. In doing so, I learned the ancient ways to return an ancient king to life, and learned how to control them. Nice reference to the events of Pandaria when we went to the Thunder Isle. That was something happening at the time. That when that came out, people were like, "Oh man, does this mean we're gonna get to learn more about what's going on with like Zul and the Zandalar?" Because they were like all over the place there. Followers, hear me. I have journeyed far in these last few years and learned much. I witnessed the Dakari, proud empire of the North, fall to the might of the undead scourge. As they fell, they consumed their gods in near-forgotten rituals, stealing untold amounts of power to be used for their own purposes. Excuse me? Do you mind?
The Loab is strong here.
Zul has fallen as so lost to wish to raise Dazar himself? Can Zul even be called a Zandalari anymore?
For the pack!
Hey, we're getting that artifact power for our Heart of Azeroth, folks. Gosh.
Lottie, what took you so long?
I will stab you with your own tusks.
Promises, promises.
Alright, anyways.
The skies be my eyes.
With the sky clear ballista fire, Paku can start doing what she loves. Dropping those who cross her from a really great height. That's actually something she did to us in a quest line, believe it or not.
I serve Paku.
Razan and Rastakhan did not wait for us. They are marching up the mountain to the Atal Dazar, the city of gold. You, Loti, and I need to catch up quick and give them some air support. Hop aboard.
May the winds of war be ever in your favor.
Ata, the wing lord.
There are a lot of Zul's forces between here and Atal Dazar. We need to clear them out.
Oops. I didn't even realize. Oh, wait. I'm supposed to be doing something here. Sorry, guys. I may take a break here just to focus on finishing up my food here. I obviously don't want it to go too bad here.
Wait, Ral! You missed Rezan and Rastakhan.
What? Where?
They are nearly to the gates of Atal Desar. Quick, we must catch up.
I wonder if they're going to show us the follow-up to all of this that happened in Shadowlands. I think that would be good, especially for those who did not do the Night Fae campaign, because that's something you only saw if you were part of the Night Fae Covenant.
Have you come to bargain?
Zul thinks to bar me from my domain. I will consume his soul.
You walk in my lands.
It's seriously giving me Azerite gear? What in the world? Atal Tazar's the tomb of kings. My kings, my greatest followers. I will taste Zul's flesh before this day's done. Come, keep up our prey. Keep up. Our prey has neither the strength nor the numbers to block this entrance. Let us crush this heretic.
Rend wounds upon your foes.
So, something important then kind of happens here. Notice how we get cut off from Razan here.
Welcome to Zuldazar.
Your visions had best be right about this.
Heretic! You trespass upon sacred ground.
Ah, he arrives. The lower of... What do we call you now?
Mind your tongue, traitor.
Razan. Do you not understand? I am not your subject. And you have no place among kings. Time of the lower is done. The hour of blood approaches.
So yeah.
Razan, he is gone. That thing is not a lower.
So that's why we actually end up fighting him here. Yeah. This was a pretty devastating moment here. It's time to leave, Rastakhan.
Retreat! Live to fight another day.
Oh, he's coming. Yeah, he's coming. No. We gotta run. We gotta run. I like how they actually show him trying to chase after us here.
For nothing.
Yeah. The idea that if we actually stopped here, he would actually, like, chase us. Oh, yeah, he's, like, literally chasing us. Run!
You stand before King Rastakhan.
He's gone.
Zandala forever.
Razan was dead, and King Rastakhan felt the loss within his soul.
Alright, so like I said, I'm actually going to go ahead and take a break because I actually want to focus on my food here before it goes, you know. It probably already has, but still. I'd rather just not have it just sit here going bad. So, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and let's swap the music. I had the Dalaran music playing, but let's see if I can instead swap to something more, let's see, is Zandala in here? In this playlist? Now, there's Zulaman. Let's see if I can find maybe Zuldazar. Yeah, Zuldazar ambiance. There we are. There it is. Alright, so since we are here in Zuldazar, go ahead and enjoy the music for a bit while I'm on my break. Enjoying my food. Alright. I am back. I may have eaten a couple more slices. Stuffed crust is still there. There's a few slices left over, but I'll probably, stash those away in the fridge for tomorrow or something. Obviously, I don't want to eat an entire pizza in one night. Otherwise, I'm going to feel so stuffed, just all night, just like, whoa, I ate too much. That feeling, right? With Razan defeated, King Rastakhan was in big trouble. He was wounded far deeper than any physical strike, as his connection to health and longevity were both ripped away.
Let's talk again soon.
The Drakari of Zuldrak are well known for massacring their Loa. The prophets of the Drakari Loa decided to take the full power of the Loa by force. The Loa were blindsided by this betrayal. They never dreamed rituals existed that could permanently kill them and steal their essence. Yeah.
The Drakari's betrayal of their Loa began when the Scourge assaulted Zuldrak in Northrend. The trolls were desperate. They didn't think the Loa were doing enough and decided to turn on them and absorb their power.
Yeah, it was pretty bad in Zuldrak. Which is why we end up going into that dungeon to deal with it.
Many of the Drakari Loa had already died. The snow leopard Loa, Harkoa, was in chains and called out for aid from the Zandalari troll, Witch Doctor Khufu.
How about this? We get to do some old questing back from the days of Wrath. Yep, right here in Zuldrak. Yep.
Hey there.
The gods have spoken to me. I know what you must do. You must go to the altar of Harkoa, to the southeast, and speak with the leopard goddess.
See ya later.
If I recall, the path is this way. Oh yeah, a bunch of snow leopards. I actually forgot about these guys here. All these frost leopards. I mean, it makes sense. This is and there's the claw of Harkoa. All right, maybe we will fly over there just to kind of avoid all this trash. Cursed offsprings. Yeah. But of course, this was the kind of stuff that was going on in Northrend while we were trying to make our way over to, Ice Crown and the Lich King and such. So there's Harkoa, which of course is the same model as that. This is a pet that I know a lot of hunters in the game love to go after, and I also at some point would like to get myself. The problem is the spawn rate, but I believe over here in the Sholazar Basin in the Avalanche area, there's actually a rare that shows up with this same model. That you can be able to actually tame as a pet. The problem is, of course, you got to make sure you go there at the correct time when it actually shows up to tame it, and make sure that you are there before another hunter does. Of course, if you do that before another hunter shows up, which happened to me when I was over here, I went up here to the Storm Peaks, and I went over to where. All right, so there's the. Oh, so why is it saying this is undiscovered? How is it saying that? Oh, I think it's because you have to do the questing to unlock that. That's probably what it is. But here in the Storm Peaks, yeah, Skull over here, I had my hunter be able to tame Skull when it showed up. And then a few seconds later, another hunter showed up wanting to do the same thing. And I felt bad. And I was like, I am so sorry. And they were like, no, it's okay. I totally, totally understand. I totally get it. So, listen closely, little blood elf. Time is of the essence. Remember, this was Wrath. There wasn't that much voice acting around. Obviously, we had voice acting for certain NPCs, including the Lich King, but a lot of the other NPCs didn't have... WoW didn't have full-on voice acting just yet. I am the last of the gods to be subdued, so we must first attempt to free the others. bound by the magics of my subduers, I am unable to discern their fates. But first, I would ask that you do me a kindness. Already the Jakari turned my magic against me. They have transformed my offspring into monstrosities. Take one of my whiskers, slay my tortured children, and use the magic of it to release them from their nightmare, and then bring them back to life. There's a return to the when you are done. So these cursed offsprings. I'm not trying to skin it. I'm trying. I wasn't trying to skin it. I guess I'm gonna have to do this then. I'm gonna have to click on this here because otherwise it just has me skin it because I'm a leather worker. There we go. Now I can skin it afterwards. Oh boy, I better get my North Rend leatherworking done. I should probably stop skinning these. Just gonna add more of this into my inventory. I don't really need that right now. I forget what that instrument is that's always used in this troll music, but I love its use. Whoever did that and used it for the troll music, oh, I love that. I honestly don't know what that instrument is that's playing during the troll music, but man, I love it. Like, I've loved it ever since the first time I heard the music of the trailer for Zulaman. And I'm pretty sure that's music that has been used, like, going back to the days of Classic. Since, of course, I mean, we've had, you know, when we went to, like, Zul'Gurub, for example, to deal with Haka, which I'm sure that's going to come up here in just a bit. Because I'm pretty sure what Lili's going to be doing here is she's going to be talking to us about the Loa of every one of the different tribes of the trolls. So we've covered the Zandalari, we've covered the, we're now covering the Jakari.
Glad I could help.
So we'll be covering, we'll cover Diamani, of course. We'll cover the Gurubashi, probably the Darkspear, just all the different tribes of the trolls. Thank you. I will never forget what you have done. Which one sells more? This one. My feelings tell me that Runak doesn't have much time. I can tell that the Arctic bear god's spirit has already separated from his weakened spirit. It is his spirit with which you must commune. His altar lies to the northwest beyond the Drakmabwa. But yeah, what happened here in Zul'Drak was pretty messed up. Oh, there he is! There he is! Yep, Thrym. You can see him from way over here. Yeah, the Hope Ender. That's how big he is. We can see him from way over here. There he is. What's up, Runak? I am barely hanging on. You must work quickly, or all will be lost. My prophet absorbed too much of my power too quickly, and subsequently killed himself. You can see the results at the water-filled crater to the south in Drakmabwa. My former priests have already resurrected him so that he can finish the job. They're channeling my power back into him, and it will not be long now before he reawakens. You must put an end to him and return with my mojo before it is too late. Yep, down over here. Aha! A blade Bossomon! You gonna die! Yeah, no, that's gonna be you, pal. We got the mojo. But yeah, very much like what we saw in Zulaman, you can actually see from the layout, like, we have these different, like, altars and temples to these different ones. We had the altar of Harkoa over here. We have the altar of Runak over here. The altar of Mamtoth over here. Yeah, different altars. The altar of Ceratus over here. But you also notice that there are some other things around here. You know, these, these rather giant necropolis around here. You know, kind of like that one over there called Nox Ramus. You know, just those things. They just kind of happen to be here. You know, it's not like this is like Northrend where the Scourge or anything. You know, it's not like they saw those necropoli and went, oh crap, we have to do something. But you can even see that what I'm drawing attention to is the similarities in the altars. So that's Runak's corpse, or rather his just body here. He's actually like, so he's not dead actually yet, but that's actually what they're kind of trying to do here. I also just realized, holy mackerel, these guys actually hurt a bit, because of course this is oh great, now I'm stunned. That's okay. But yeah, Runak is not doing so well, and his body's, his spirit's over there like, oh gosh, I am not doing well. Help me out here, pal. Here's your mojo back. You did it, but now there's one other thing that I need you to do. My body is too far gone now. I mean, it's right over there. It is only a matter of time before a new prophet is elevated and finishes what the other began. I'm going to imbue you with the last of my power. The tormentor inside the altar building carries incense, which will awaken my body and make it vulnerable. Use the incense and do me the kindness of putting an end to my suffering. I apologize if I do fight back. Even for me, the will to survive is strong. I like how this then gives us a bit more of an extra description here for what to do for this quest. You are then to slay Runak using the power that his spirit has imbued you with. If for some reason you lose the mojo, you can return to the spirit and have it reapplied. So now we got the mojo. Extra damage to his physical body. Oh, there's the tormentor. Filthy blood elf intruder, die! There's the incense. Sorry, Runak. I will not simply lay here and allow you to slay me. You will have to earn your right to draw another breath if you want to kill me, mortal. It's WoW. You can't go a day without being called mortal in this game, in this setting. Sorry, Runak. So then we have to go back to his spirit and be like, hey, so I killed you. You've done what had to be done and honored me in the process. I give you my deepest thanks. I only hope that you and Harkoa will be able to help the others.
Harkoa was determined to save as many of the Loa as possible, even if it was too late for Runok.
This is why I want them to, the next
Harkoa
remix.
escaped her chains and came to the village to get help for the Rhino Loa, Akali.
Yep. This is one of the reasons why I want the next remix they do to be Wrath. Because it would give me basically an excuse to go through the questing of Wrath all over, you know, which I'll admit, I have never entirely done. I haven't gone back and done all the questing in Wrath, and I would love to do that. But I think a remix event would be a perfect excuse to do it, you know. Dreadneeks, there is no time left. You must take this key and use it to unlock Akali. He is being held in the courtyard in front of Gundrak, the capital of Zuldrak. Akali's chains are secured by 4 anchor points. You must unlock... Oh my gosh. Guys, I think the screw in my chair just fell out again. I might need to take a break to make sure my chair is fixed so that we don't have another issue where it broke like it did on that other stream. Hold on a second, let me see here. Did it fall out? Yes, it did. There's the screw. Yep. One of the screws that goes into the bottom of the chair fell out. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and put the... go ahead and do this one more time. And let me just go ahead and put the music back on. Okay, I think it's back on for now, for the time being anyway. Gundrak is teeming with ice trolls. However, I believe that if you're careful, you should be able to slip in without too much danger. Once you're done, please inform the witch doctor. So yeah, Gundrak is the capital in the dungeon we go to. And then, of course, over here is the altar of Mamtoth, the Mammoth Loa, the Mamtoth crater. A lot of enraged mammoths. Something a bit bigger. I'm sure you guys remember that from the Gundrak dungeon. I certainly do. So yeah, there's Akali. Okay. Oh my gosh.
Akali was out of his mind with rage, prepared to fight to the death.
So unfortunately, another
but
player kind of... Hold on. Hold on.
Stolen. there was hope for revenge back at the village. Khufu knew how to reach out to many Loa for advice.
No. Oh, that's right. I forgot. There is a new drop, because of the new patch, for WoW. It is another Murloc plushie for our houses. And I just got notice about that as a drop. It's a cotton candy Murloc plushie. Huh. Hold on, I think I need to let my guildmates know. Alright, let's do this again, but this time let's make sure a player does not interfere with my ability to actually, like, show off the quest, right? I always hate it when I'm trying to, like, show a quest and then a player shows up and kind of interferes with it. I'm just like, ugh! Trying to help you out there, Akali. This is unfortunately very similar to what happened in Zul'Aman as well. This is what the I'm free, little Jakai. Time to pay for your many trespasses. So, of course, he just started annihilating them. I like how they're all ignoring me, trying to take him down. He's like, nope. Enough! The Prophet. Enough! And now, Akali, my master will have your blood and I will take some of your power as well. This is also what Malakras basically did in Zul'Aman, back in Burning Crusade. The idea of we're going to kill our Loa and take their power for ourselves. He's done. Run back to your masters. Run back to Hardcore. Tell her that I am coming. So, of course, in the Gundrak dungeon, in Wrath, like, a number of these basically, are the prophets who basically killed and took the power of those Loa, you know. Like, Murabi is, the one who uses the Mammoth, and then Galdara also uses Akali's power, unfortunately, so... It's nice that we avenge them in that dungeon, but it is sad what happened to them. Look at this. This hunter went... So there's Halazi. So this is hilarious. He has Halazi as one pet, and then he has Akali as another pet. So yes, you can apparently go and tame these as a pet for your hunter. The Loa are my pets now.
What you want?
No! Another god destroyed, its power stolen, and now the Prophet of Akali has threatened us directly. When he comes, he will come for Hardcore. We cannot allow him to take her power too. We must consult the gods once more. They will tell us what must be done.
The
gods have spoken, and we must heed. Okay, so here are the other ones. Halazi. As more we hear your call, Khufu. We have wisdom for you and Treadneeks. You face great peril and must act swiftly, for you all and Harkoa will die. Then Nalarak. Yeah, of course, these are the ones from Zul'Aman that this is, what happened. Like I said, this is a follow-up to what happened in TBC. The unblemished heart of the Guardian must be secured. Hold on. I'm trying to see the text here, and it's hard to see it. To show defiance and strength, jealous Zimruk keeps those who harbor it. And then Chanalai says, the gusty essence of deceased Quetzloon's wardens must be gathered to draw him near. To Harkoa must both of these rarities be delivered. And then Akil Zone says, and yet we see only doom in your future. It is your destiny that you do this, but we fear that the Prophet is too powerful for you and your friends. Still, you must try. This is also a nice acknowledgement to what happened to them back in Zulaman and how they're basically in this kind of form, because this is still relatively fresh in terms of time that has not passed that much since the events of Zulaman. So they are still in this kind of like, you know, spiritualistic form because they haven't been able to be reborn yet until the events of this expansion when we did the questing in Zulaman. The gods have spoken and we must heed their wisdom. Travel north to Zimruk to destroy guardians there until they yield the embellished heart. Travel east to the altar of Quelzun and disrupt the altar wardens until you recover their gusty essence. Deliver both to Harkoa, and she will combine them into that which will compel Leta Kali's prophet to appear.
Later.
There you are. What? Polymorphed? Ribbit. Ribbit. I think I'm not seeing too many guardians. I'm guessing other players showed up and took them out. There's one over here. There we go. There we go. Your bravery seems boundless. Please, hand me the heart and the essence, and I will fashion them into that which will compel the prophet to appear before you. You must take this instrument of convocation, of summoning, to Zolheb, just south of Gundrak. Therein you will find a circle of power. Use the convocation to force the Prophet of Akali to appear. My heart goes out to you. We have been through much together, and you have done all that you can to not only save my life, but those of the other gods of the Drakari have destroyed. But I fear this time we may not see each other again until the afterlife. Oh, I'm sure everything will be fine. What is this? I recognize you from when I killed Akali. You must be this Dreadnix that everyone is dreading.
Kill you.
Lol. You don't worry me, girl. Just the opposite. I look forward to killing you. Nothing will stand between me and Zimtorga now. Oh, yeah? What the? Ha! How sad that only now you grasp the truth. I wield the power of a god. You are a mere mortal. You cannot hope to defeat me. You've meddled in affairs that were none of your business. You're nothing but a foreign invader. Prepare to die. Hold on. Very well, kitten. Wait. Prophet! Oh, Harkoa showed up. That's why I didn't see. Harkoa! Jakari, hands off of them. Very well, kitten. I see no need to delay your inevitable demise. I look forward to dealing with you just as soon as I finish off this fool. I think not. You will drop your immunity. Cease your ritual now and release him. No, I will not be defeated. Yeah, we'll see about that. Thank you. Once again, you have saved us all. I will see you back at Zimtorga. Love that she actually showed up to help us. Because, yeah, we probably would have actually died there had she not showed up to intervene and help us. By the way, just as a reminder, just in regards to the overall plot of Wrath, the Lich King is watching all of this. Just observing. No matter what we did, his eyes and ears were everywhere in Northrend. You did it. You're the champion of Zuldrak. You will never be able to repay the debt that we owe to you. The High Prophets have gone into Gundrak. We should rest for a moment, and then you can go to the dungeon.
Harkoa was the only Loa to survive the Drakari massacre. The other Loa were avenged by champions of the Horde and Alliance in Gundrak.
Yeah. The only Loa to survive Drakari in Zuldrak. So who were the Drakari? The Drakari was sometimes called the Ice Trolls, are the trolls who were founded in Zuldrak in Northrend. They built the city of Gundrak. Their survival was threatened by the undead scourge during the rise of the Lich King. Desperation to survive led them to turn on their Loa. They thought that absorbing the Loa's power would allow them to determine their own fate and ensure the survival of their empire. Well, who is Harkoa? The snow leopard Loa of Zuldrak. She is the protector of family and her fellow Loa. She was the last to be shackled by the Drakari and was the only survivor. Well, what was the fate of Akali? The prophet Akali siphoned the Loa's blood and essence, giving most of it to his master, High Prophet Galdara. This killed the Loa. High Prophet Galdara found glory in bathing in the blood of Akali and the powers that it granted him. The same process was used on many of the Loa. Seratus was similarly drained by Sladran, though Sladran felt no pressure in what he felt was necessary. Mamtoth was consumed by Murabi, despite the Mammoth Loa sacrificing himself before the ritual was complete. The High Prophets that successfully drained their Loa collected their mutual power in Gundrak. So what happened in Gundrak? Gundrak is the capital of the Drakari and stands as the last bastion of their empire. After sacrificing and consuming Loa, the Drakari prophets went to Gundrak to reinforce and gather their defenses against the Scourge. They believed in this dark path that they had chosen, so much so that they sacrificed one of their greatest Loa, Akali, on the steps of Gundrak. Much later, heroic adventurers entered Gundrak to stop the Drakari's madness in that dungeon. The Drakari Empire crumbled after Gundrak fell. It couldn't recover from the turn into darkness and the aftermath that followed, and now a single Drakari remains alive in Zandalar as kind of a museum piece.
I'll be in touch.
Not every Loa, though, is a protector and companion to trolls. There are Loa that eat their followers, like the Blood Loa, Hakar. In trade for sacrifices, Hakar grants dark blood powers to his followers, but he always takes more than he gives. Hakar, the Soul Flayer, has absorbed so much blood from his cultists that he's become almost a perpetual threat to the world.
Our story takes us to the Temple of Atal Hakar, the sunken temple beneath the lake.
Oh, so we're doing that dungeon first, rather than the Zul'Gurub raid. I see. Now this should be the retail version, I think, rather than the classic version. Yeah.
Hakar is different than other Loa. Let's delve a little deeper into his history.
Let's indeed. So, of course, now we're back here in the Swamp of Sorrows, the Temple of Atal Hakar.
This world is amazing.
Tell me about Hakar's history.
Long, long ago, a Zandalari troll tried, and failed, to summon Hakar. This failed attempt was believed to have caused the Blood Plague that tore through the ancient empire, slaying thousands of trolls. Centuries later, the Gurubashi Empire desperately turned to ancient Loa to save their empire. Hakar was the Loa that answered. He brought glory back to the Gurubashi Empire, but his price was blood. His faithful turned on their own tribes to pay it. The Gurubashi were torn apart, not by enemies, but from within. Hakar was eventually defeated, but his cult remained. That cult, the Atalai, plotted to bring him back in the Temple of Atal Hakar, using potent dragon blood. The blood came from the dragons that were trying to contain the evil in the temple. Lord Itharius stood outside, helpless to stop the sacrifices.
So even though I was actually able to do the old Gurubashi raid from Classic back in the day, the original version, that you can do in Classic nowadays, I was able to clear that with my Season Discovery Guild. Shoutouts to you guys. Several times. I unfortunately never got to do the old Classic Temple of Atal Hakar, just because I could never get a group to do it. Like, it wasn't a max level raid or dungeon, it was one that you did as you were leveling. So once you got to max level, people didn't want to do it anymore. This also was in later phases of Season Discovery. I didn't do this in the early phases.
My faith in Marithra is unflagging.
I am Lord Itharius of the Green Dragonflight. The trolls that lurk within this temple have done grievous harm to my kind. We were sent here to guard this place, and were instead used to unleash the terrible powers within. I must beg you for the help that only a mortal can give. You can be my hand within the temple. Should I enter by myself, I risk being turned against my brothers as well. You can start by descending the stairs behind me, and then swim through the flooded depths of the broken hall. Once there, follow the passageway to the right, to find the Hall of Masks. Beware of any temple guards. Once you have found the Hall of Masks, I will contact you.
We live...
It's a little hard to find your way around this temple. Mishi can guide you.
Lead the way, Mishi. So it looks like, I guess we're not doing the dungeon necessarily. We're just kind of going into the temple here. Which I don't actually entirely recall this. I actually don't remember if I did the questing in Swamp of Sorrows. Because I don't remember how much of this is like accurate to the layout of what it actually was back in the day. But I did hear that back then the old classic version of this place was a little confusing to figure out, to find your way around the place. like, it was actually quite the maze, and, like, there was, like, a lot of, like, places where you were just like, oh, gosh, you know? Oh, this is it. There are the bones of my kin. These are the bones of my kin. Oh, hold on, Mishi, hold on. My brethren are being butchered here. It's as I thought. I must ask your help further before I enter. In the passageway outside this room, by the way, that's the entrance to the dungeon, of course. Inside this room, the hallway proceeds left and right. To the right, it goes down to the Chamber of Blood. Here, the Atalai perform their dark rituals. They've expected and prepared for my kind for years, but not for you. Enter the Chamber of Blood and slay the priestess. She's one of 3 foul presences here that must be vanquished before I can enter.
Wait a second. You don't have to go into the deep area of the temple. Mishi can guide you.
I love that they put that in place in case somebody was like, wait, do I have to go in the dungeon? It's like, no, you don't have to do that. Alright, Mishi, let's keep going. Ooh. Oh, there's an Argavoker nearby. Just gave me Ebon Might. Ah, there's the priestess. Good riddance. Another source of corruption in this world put to rest. The trolls here perpetuate the fall of my brethren to the nightmare. They infect and corrupt green dragons with the blood of their foul god and then harvest the evil that has grown within them. They're being farmed like livestock. This disgusting savagery cannot continue. Return to where you left the Hall of Masks and take the other corridor towards the butchery. Gamora, the bloodletter, harvests corpses for these foul and evil rituals there. Take his undeserved life from him. Wait, so are we now going in there? No, we're going this way. I do like how there were these other corridors other than the dungeon entrance to go. Like there's one over here. Man, they really... Like, just, like, thinking back on it, it's like, man, they really went all out with, like, the whole, like, we're going to make this, like these places have massive, like, expansive hallways and such, as if you're, like, going into a full-on dungeon and maze and such. Because, of course, they were all, like, old D&D players back in the day. A deserved fate. You will not find the pacifism of the Red Dragonflight among my kin. We will not suffer the intrusions of mortals. All that yet stands between me and the temple is Prophet Jamalan himself. He is the leader of the Atalai trolls here, a foul manipulator. Know that you do not face a mere crazed troll, but an instrument of forces beyond your darkest comprehension. Yet you do not fight alone. My strength and the will of the Green Dragonflight will go with you. Proceed to the Den of the Caller. Left through the hall of ritual, and then down into the Hall of Bones. At the bottom, you'll find Jamalan. Either way, Mishi. So what's down there?
Mishi, slow down! You're leaving them behind!
Mishi be going fast!
Oh, good, Mishi is still going the right way. Follow her to the end of this corridor.
Mishi be zooming.
Looks like this temple controls a lot of dragons. That might mean Mishi, too. Don't worry, I'll call her back before she's sacrificed.
Oh, that's good to know. Gosh, if I had been doing this in Classic, I'm pretty sure I would have had a very rough time. I probably would have died a lot. Just like trying to get to whatever I'm supposed to get. Because I imagine back in Classic, these guys would have just probably like annihilated me on my Warlock. Unless I had somebody like tanking for me, I'm guessing. There's Jamalan. He has escaped. I should have known that it would not be so easy. You have done well. Jamalan may have escaped our grasp, but his retreat paves the way for me to enter the temple as I desire. Stay where you are and do not move. I will hasten your return by pulling your spirit to me through the Emerald Dream. This may cause slight drowsiness.
I remain in service to the Green Dragonflight.
You have performed a great service for me and my kind. I fear the blood taken from my kin has already given power to allow Hakar's return, unfortunately.
Let your dreams guide.
Even though they failed at Atal Hakar, cultists in Zul Garub were able to restore the Soul Flare.
Oh!
Hakar's cultists in Zul Garub gave their own lives to Hakar. But there have always been heroes to stop him from consuming this world.
So, of course, we don't get to go see him.
I will be a god of blood and death.
So we get to go see him back in his Shadowlands version in the other side. My favorite dungeon from Shadowlands.
This power is mine. I will live again.
Bit of a different voice from what he had in Classic, which I'm pretty sure was Chris Metzen back in the day.
Rise in service of Hakar.
Rise in service of Hakar.
Mortal.
Die, mortal. How nice they let me do this fight solo.
Unfortunately, Hakar has never been truly slain. His followers always find a way to bring him back.
It's okay, I'm sure Bwan Samdi is gonna make sure to keep him in check, just as long as he not be making any more deals with him, man. So why were the Green Dragons at Atal Hakar? Ysera, the Green Dragon aspect, was the one who learned the priests were summoning Hakar, and sank the temple of Atal Hakar. To make sure that they didn't try again, some of her Green Dragons, stayed to guard the temple. They intended to keep the cultists from leaving, or new ones from reaching the temple. However, the cult found ways to corrupt their Green Dragon jailers. They used the dragons to work towards summoning Hakar once again. Well, tell me more about the Zul Garub. Long ago, Zul Garub was the capital of all the jungle trolls, but the original summoning of Hakar in the city caused the jungle trolls to fragment. Today, the city stands as the central temple of the Gurubashi Empire. Hakar still has great influence within Zul Garub. When the priests of Hakar were exiled north, they realized that to truly resurrect him, they would need to do it within the ancient capital. Hakar hoards power to himself, refusing to work with anyone else. He's powerful, but isolated.
See you later!
The last story that I do want to share is about the Dark Spirit Trolls and Mwazala. Mwazala is a mighty Loa of Death. Highly manipulative, he puts his plans into motion by using others as his pawns. He's used a Hashe in the past. A Hashe is a troll imbued with the full power of the Loa.
Mwazala had been imprisoned for crimes against Azeroth by Bwan Samdi. A witch doctor of the Darkspear tribe heard Mwazala's whispers of power and tried to become his Hashe.
So it looks like we're going to do the Darkspear heritage quest here. Which I enjoyed, so I don't mind.
The Darkspear trolls were in the midst of a sacred ritual to reconnect with a few of their lost Loa. Witch Doctor Zeta had other plans. She channeled power to Muezala instead, believing his strength would aid her tribe.
So, of course, we have Gadrin, Rokan, Buemba, and yeah, Zeta.
Someone call for the doctor?
After the Rushka masks be finished, the lore be giving you the trials to complete. Sometimes it be traveling, sometimes it be meditating, but always the trial be, it will help you connect with both the lore and the dark spear.
Spirits be with ya.
How are ya?
Chieftain Rokan don't think ye be good at this, but the Rushka be crafted from the mojo and the intent. Still, the lore like it when ya be making the mask pretty.
Okay.
What's up, Rokan, me brother?
I'll be listening.
When the Lore bless the sacred Rushka, the mass we have made, the trials will begin. Lore will be given mass to teach us. Once the trials start, they don't stop for nobody. Let's go to the altar together, which Dr. Zada will lead us into the ritual. She be Master Guardian's apprentice, but be shown real initiative in helping out on the trial.
Watch your back. Start the ritual by standing in front of the altar. And the power of the Loa is gathering.
So this was, should have been like the first real thing, and I was like, wait a minute. Because she was like, no, we need to add another one, because here's the two masks from the two Loa we've encountered during this questline. But then she insisted we put this one in the middle. And I looked at that and went, wait a minute. That's the one that we saw of Mozala back in the other side. And keep in mind, Bwansamdi has been involved in this questline as well.
For the Dark Spear.
The true Dark Spear Loa will soon be with us. Why aren't you wearing a Rushka mask? I already wear a mask. It be made of bone, not wood. But it be working well for me all the same. Master Guardian chose Stranglethorn Veil Wood for your Rushka to appeal to the roots of Kevo, Yasiti, and Luko. The feathers are also sacred. They adorn our raptors even to this day. It's a good Rushka. But ignoring the death Loa be a bad idea, too. The power and wrath being strong, the bones of my mask honor them. So I be keeping mine as it is. Keep in mind, we know that when... The implication here is that she's trying to, like, make us think we're talking about Bwansamdi. But we have seen the altars and shrines to Bwansamdi in Zandalar at this point. They don't look like this. That's Mozala, not Bwansamdi on those. Plus, it has this purple glow around us, which was something we saw on the other side when Mozala was there. So why are there 3 effigies? The Dark Spear done with failure. I am done with failure. The center effigy be very powerful, something we need. No more messing about.
Spirits be with you.
3 effigies? Zeda, what have you done?
Mozala, you are not welcome here. Foolish Loa, you don't be stopping me power. First, I'll be feasting on your followers. Then you.
There's Luko.
Mozala! Make me your avatar, and the Dark Spear your chosen!
We must stop Zeda before she be taking the power of the trial.
I be here. Always.
Hey, what you got, boss?
This trial be something different now. Normally the Lord grant visions or give tasks to teach and connect with us. But instead, we work together to stop Mozala.
And don't be getting mixed up in the voodoo.
The trial can't be stopped after it starts. But we won't let Zeda use our people of our Lord to aid Mozala. If we be doing nothing, even more Dark Spear could be swayed to find power in Mozala. I'll look for a way to breach Zada's protective energy. You stop the spirits from taking over our home.
Come back if you need me help. I be needing a closer look.
That witch doctor has stolen the trial. She mocks us, trying to eat the life of living things to free Mozala. We still have influence over it, though. Together we will overwhelm her evil circles. When you find a circle, call upon me and we'll push death aside.
In the morrow.
The shadows listen.
Your witch doctor is trying to twist the trial to empower Mozala. Many will be enthralled by this power, but we still stand with the Dark Spear. I had a different trial in mind. Now, we adapt. Free your fellow trolls from this sacrificial magic. This charm will help them, but you must weaken them first. Try not to sacrifice them.
Do not forget.
Whoops. It's alright. You're fine. You're fine. How could I have trusted Mozala? So, you're a devotee of Mozala, huh? How's it working out for you? Johnny! One of my favorite lore.
Kevo Yasiti, empower my blades as you did for shadow hunters in the past.
Johnny has something to help. Me looking for it. You'll be seeing good item.
What are you looking for, Johnny? No, special thing to protect you. Pretty sure that it's be in here. What the heck did I just see fall over here? Oh, summon Visage, because another player is probably up there doing that. If you be fighting up top, you might fall and crush your bones. Might be nice to not fall to your death, huh? But I'll ruin the surprise. Pretend to be a surprise when I reveal the item, okay?
When you go, can I be having your stuff?
No. It's like something a friend asks. It's like, hey, so if you don't make it, can I have your stuff? It's like Rat Trap in Beast Wars. Hey, so Optimus, if you don't make it, can I have your quarters? He's like, no, Rat Trap. And he does it anyway. There we go. There we go.
All clean.
Look how I'll be dancing here. It's like it's all clean now, man. Alright, so let's now make our way to the other circles here. Figure I may as well let them tag it.
Trouble us no more.
I just realized they actually changed me to a troll. Look at that. Troll demon hunters, dare be a thing now, mon.
What you want?
What you want? I mean, look, with how strong trolls are in lore, you can't tell me that there's no way that a troll couldn't become a demon hunter if they want to. With all the trolls have been able to pull off, there's just no way that could ever happen. Now...
Death! Be gone from here!
There's like one more thing I have to get over here. I'm trying to see what it is. Ah! One more I have to free from influence. There we go. They all be free of influence, no man. Oh, this it's alright, I'd be helping you. There we go. They're level 81. That's why. They're probably a little struggling a bit. It's alright.
For the Dark Spear.
Good work with those minions. That will keep them off our backs for what be ahead.
Watch your back. I be listening.
This ought to do is the ritual's power. Mozala does not get to claim more Dark Spear.
Come back if you need me help.
When you're fighting death, Lukao is a good ally.
And don't be getting mixed up in the voodoo.
It be down to this moment. Working with our Lord to save the soul of the Dark Spear. See if Johnny has found anything. Hopefully his item will let you get close enough to Zada's effigies to destroy them. That should give us a chance to strike the witch doctor herself. I'll occupy her attention with Kevo, your city's aid. But watch out for her guardians. They won't let you destroy her effigies without a fight. Wow, this is somebody who has that mount. That mount I don't have, because you have to go back into the questing and then hope the eggs hatch it.
Come back if you need me help.
Found it! This will protect you if you fall!
Johnny's blessing.
I will hold her gaze. Take me up there, Kevoya City.
I be taking you to break the effigies.
Kill the visage, or it will not let you destroy the effigy.
That's I'm sorry, that is a troll augmentation of Ochre.
This will make the Dark Spear strong!
What good be strength if we sacrifice our own people?
You be too slow. I be giving these lives to Mwazala.
Listen to what you be saying.
You can't break his power. It'd be better if you surrender to Mwazala's way.
Wait, why are you already attacking me?
Mwazala's way be servitude and death.
Wait, this doesn't make sense. How is he able to attack me from way over here? Hold on, let me back up. How are you able to... Oh my gosh, I actually made it. There we go. Get a Rokan!
Mwazala is not finished with the Dark Spear.
We are finished with him!
Shadow Hunter! Remember, we've known Rokan since Warcraft 3. We've known him a very long time.
Hey, what you got, boss?
And then there's Samdi. Zada's a disgrace to the Dark Spear.
For the Dark Spear.
We defeated Zada. She could no longer aid Mozala's attempts to escape his prison. We could not have done this without the aid of the Loa, Lukao, Kevalia City, and even Johnny.
Don't be getting mixed up.
Fortunately, Moizala wasn't able to take over the Darkspear trial, and the tribe was free to reconnect with its favorite Loa. As close as the Darkspear are to their Loa, we've never seen a Hache among their tribe. It's a difficult feat to bond so closely to a Loa. King Rastakhan and Zuljara are rare examples of this bond.
So, what was the Darkspear trial? The Darkspear trial is a sacred ritual. The Darkspear place effigies and then create masks called Rushka to connect with their Loa. The Loa chose what will happen during the trial. This can involve traveling, defeating enemies, or visions of the future. Vol'jin and Zalazane had a well-known trial that informed the future of the Darkspear, guiding Vol'jin to lead his people. What exactly is a Hache? The Hache is more than a priest. A Hache is someone who bonds the trolls and the Loa. We basically helped Zuljar become this during the Zulaman questing in this expansion. They're blessed by all of the Loa of the tribe, or maybe just the major ones. They're so rare that it is hard to say exactly what makes a Hache. Bonsamdi was believed to have been a Hache before he was a Loa, and King Rastakhan's relationship with Razan has been compared to a Hache, but the Zandalari never called him that, probably because Rastakhan only bonded with a single Loa. Shadow Hunters fulfill a similar role in many tribes, especially in the Darkspear, like Rokan. Zuljara is the only living Hache that we know of, and the only Hache that the Amani have had for generations. Well, who are the Darkspear's lost Loa? The Darkspear lost touch with two of their Loa when they moved to the Echo Isles. Kivo Yasiti is the Loa of Cunning, a swift hunter that uses shadow and illusion. Lukao is the Loa of Regeneration, granting powerful healing of body and spirit. Both Loa supported the Shadow Hunters of the Darkspear, enhancing their powers and abilities through mutual respect and loyalty. The Darkspear worship other Loa, like Bonsamdi. But unfortunately, some Darkspear were drawn to Mozala's dark offers as well. Tell me more about this Bonsamdi I've heard so much about. Well, they say Bonsamdi was originally a Hache, though through unknown rituals, Mozala elevated Bonsamdi, transforming him into a new Loa that Mozala hoped to control. How this was achieved, Mozala has never shared. It's similar to what the Drakari once hoped to achieve. All we know is that Mozala did not choose to fuse all of his own power into Bonsamdi. The other power must have come from other Loa. Mozala is not the sort to play fair. Bonsamdi was not one to be contained, and broke loose of Mozala's influence, and he is now a Loa of Death on his own. Both Loa and Troll have tried to force the bond of the Hache, but the strongest bonds are when they work together. There's so much to learn about the Loa. I'm still collecting their stories, but this was a good start. I will admit, Lily, I'm a little disappointed you didn't share the story of Talanji being elevated from princess to queen in what was the quest to unlock the Zandalari trolls as a playable race, where we helped Talanji in this. Oh, hello, Game Geek. How are you doing today? We actually help Talanji go through this whole trial on her own with each of the different Loa that we encountered during BFA and the whole Zandalari questing, which also culminates with a meeting with Bonsamdi at the end, where he is like, so, I'm doing alright, just doing some questing of new content here in WoW tonight after we had some fun in Raid tonight. But he basically makes it clear that he's not okay with Sylvanas, which we of course now know why, and he actually said, look, I'll be making a deal with you. If you bring me, I don't know, Sylvanas' head, I'll be breaking that little deal that I made with your father. You know, the one that binds your bloodline to me? Yeah, I'll break that. And Talanji actually refuses. But Lily didn't share that. It was a cool quest, which I recall doing on camera. So it's on my YouTube channel if you do want to see that quest. But I am a little disappointed that Lily didn't share that here.
If you'd like to hear more, You know where to find me.
Yep. That sounds familiar. Somebody grinding a lot in a Final Fantasy game? Yeah, I've never heard that before. Oh my gosh, I got so many little things from that quest line. You got this little notes about the Loa, which is basically a lot of what was just recapped. Now, this is apparently bugged because it ain't opening.
I got the best deals anywhere! Keep it real!
Let me see if logging out and logging back in will fix that. And we still haven't even gone to this new zone. But now that we've done that long lore walking quest, we can go ahead and try and do that and see how long that takes us before we reach a point where it's like, okay, we're done. And then we'll probably call it a stream. I'm not entirely sure. I think tomorrow... I remember what that was like, man. Back in those days, where you're wanting to play more, but you're like, oh, gosh, I have to study. I remember those days well. I'm glad that's not a thing for me anymore. Why is it telling me to claim the drop when I already have? Like, I've already claimed this drop. Nope. This thing is, not wanting to open right now, apparently, so... Let me, see here. Where is it? There it is. Let's just hearth back, and then we'll go see about going to this place. By the way, Game Geek, I've been seeing some videos pop up from OTAs. What I've specifically been seeing is stuff specifically focused on Christian Parker and just like clips of him coaching during practice, and it's the kind of stuff that makes me go, oh gosh, we have not had a coach like this in a while, and it makes me very happy to see. I think there's also a couple of videos as well as of Caleb Downs as well, but that was the one I saw that actually had me impressed. I was like, yo, this is a coach that we have not had here in a while, thank goodness. If you want to see, they're on the Cowboys official YouTube channel. They like to post little clips of like OTAs and practice on that channel. So, but yeah, it's the kind of stuff where I'm just like, man, this is something that our previous defensive coordinator was certainly not doing. So, but I don't want to get too much into that since obviously it's still the off season. So we still have a while to go.
My sight remains vigilant.
Ah, we meet again, PapaNeeks. Did Mayla send you? I've rallied a few volunteers to join her little incursion. Just say the word and we will mobilize.
Beware of
two of my
unseen.
followers of the Illidari, Beleth and Alari.
I have sacrificed everything. What have you
She just
given?
She just nods.
Remain on guard.
Very well. We will meet you in the Void Storm.
Lord Illidan knows the way.
Alright, let's go. Ever since you brought that keystone to Beleth, I've been scouring our archives for information. I understand. I totally understand, man. I mean, I kind of personally wouldn't mind, like, if it was stuff involving the Eagles or just other teams, just because that's how much of a kind of a historian of the game I am, where I used to watch NFL films stuff all the time, like as much as I could, just because I wanted to know as much. So even if it's for teams I'm not too fond of, I would still watch it just to learn. Like I would even watch stuff of like when Belichick was coaching the Patriots. It was just clips of him like just telling his players about various different things. And I was like, okay, I understand why people talk about how he's this coach that gets his players to think about various different scenarios and situations and such that other coaches didn't really do. So, but yeah, I totally understand the idea of hate watching. But yeah, let's just say I'm enjoying the fact that Parker seems to already be having an influence on the team this early on. So I'm not saying that's going to necessarily have any amazing results or anything. It just gives me a bit of cautious, optimistic hope. That's all. That's all I'm saying. When we infiltrated Antorus, we secured a trove of information on many of the worlds that the Legion had claimed. Of course, without knowing which world that this keystone originates from, that trove of knowledge could be useless.
Death to the Legion.
Alright, so now I have to go speak with Leona. Wait, Leona's just right over here, actually.
Question everything.
Good to see that Leona is clearly growing and progressing as a demon hunter since we last saw her. Alari tells me that we're going to be hunting down more ethereals in Dominar? Good. To prepare our camp's defenses, I've been modifying the sight ward here. Although they're used to ward against demons, I found a way to attune it to the shadows. Take the Umbral Shard around Murder Row. Its magic will absorb any of the shadowy presences that are lingering near us. I can grant you temporary spectral sight to reveal these shadows. I have my own spectral sight. Thank you very much.
Fate is ours to decide.
Like, sure, if this is for somebody else who isn't a demon hunter, sure, but for me, I've got my own. I'm just fine, thank you. I see. I really wish Spectral Sight was more useful, like just in other scenarios. Like, I love this whole idea and concept, that this is part of what makes a Demon Hunter so special and unique, is this, being able to have sight like this. But, unfortunately, like, outside of scenarios, specific scenarios like this in certain quests, there's really not much use for it, which is a real shame, because it's such a cool idea, concept-wise. Alright. Thank you. Attuning the Umbral Sight Ward should bolster our camp's defenses when we arrive. Alright, so now we go turn in back over there.
Knows the way.
Excuse me. Have you all forgotten that I'm the one now in charge? Illidan himself deemed me the new leader of the Illidari, thank you. So, Leona is joining us? Good. I'd hoped to see her in the field. Alari and Belth's knowledge of Legion worlds will help us navigate the terrain when we arrive, wherever it is our enemies that are holed up. Let's just hope that our enemies are inhabiting a world that the Demon Hunters have information on.
I do my duty.
It may not seem like many, but the allies that we have secured will have to be enough. It's time we move out. Our forces are gathering at the Howling Ridge. The energies of the Void Storm will allow us to open the way to these worlds. I will meet you there. There is something here that I still require for our mission.
Light, fel, void. The perfect recipe for upsetting tensions. How delicious.
I love Decimus.
What have you seen?
So what remains here in Silvermoon for you to do? Because I appreciate your dedication to the mission, I'm inclined to offer you full transparency. In order to navigate the delicate nature of Silvermoon's courts, Magister Umber cannot officially sanction our mission, not without upsetting the tension that has only just settled. That said, if he were aware of my plans, he would no doubt understand the urgency of our operation. He would also understand that the Void Storm's energies alone would not be enough to open a rift to the world that our enemies lurk on. As it so happens, Umbric is conveniently in possession of an artifact that can, in fact, do just that. Really?
The Rendurai survive.
I see. Very well, then. To the Void Storm! Hold on, was there dialogue there I just missed? I just noticed in the chat box there.
I hunger for the opportunity to work together.
Oh, it was only that after Decimus said that, Mela glared at Decimus. She's like, stop it!
I hope your little strike team is ready. I can already taste the conflict beyond this rift.
Notice how everyone else is here. Love it. This may be an unusual coalition of allies, but each one leverages expertise that we can use against our enemies. Even Decimus cannot deny that. I've secured the last component that we need. The Cynosure of Twilight to open the rift to where those ethereals and void forces operate from. Are you ready? The energy from the Haladar battery core and dark particles allowed us to piece together a faint trail of nether energy. With the Cynosure of Twilight, we can illuminate and ignite this trail, taking us directly to our enemy's doorstep. The anchors are in place, and my Riftwalkers await your move. Take up the Cynosure and point. Let us see what awaits us on the other side.
If you are done instigating, Decimus, our Rift Wardens stand at the ready.
I open a tear of reality!
Stars guide our path. Forward!
Yeah. I think my only defense is that, well, one, he's French. Two, he's young. And that's just something that he's just going to have to work on and try to fix as he grows, you know? I assume you're not in ad jail when you sent me that, so that you're hearing me, but yeah. But to be clear, I am a fan of the Spurs, not necessarily Wemby. He just happens to play for the Spurs. So, but, I mean, I was saying this, it's like, you know, like, I just knew that that was going to end up how it goes. Because this was a young team that had not been there before, and it's not just the players, it's the coach as well. Because Mitch Johnson, it was his first time in the playoffs, so it's not just a learning experience for the players, but the coach as well. So, conversely, on the other side, you had a much more veteran, mentally tough team and coach that was more than ready for that stage, whereas this team was not. And that was perfectly displayed in Game 4. So you know, my only reaction to that is that Wemby is young. You know, he's a young 20-something kid essentially. So it's something he's going to have to really grow on and work. I'm basically now reiterating what I was saying, which is that my only defense about the Wemby thing is that one, he's French, so. You know, but the other is that he's young, and that's just unfortunately something he's just going to have to work on and grow out of, hopefully. Because obviously we don't want him being this guy who commits flagrants all the time. Though I would honestly say that, like, the one in Minnesota was him as a young kid reacting to the amount of times he was getting fouled hard, because let's be honest, they were fouling him pretty hard. Just a lot of them were not getting called because, of course, of his size. It's kind of like how there was a lot of times where Shaq was getting fouled, but they didn't call nearly as many fouls that could have been called against him. You know, it's really going to be like, okay, we see the sheer amount of fouls that are actually happening, but not every single one of them is going to get called. Otherwise, those basketball games would take many more hours longer from the amount of fouls getting called. But that's just sometimes the reality. But the bottom line is that I'm a fan of the Spurs, not necessarily Wemby, and I'm just hoping that he grows out of that and becomes smarter and more mature to the point where he's not doing these things. And I am not one of those who believes that if he commits these kind of flagrants early on in his life and his career, that's not something we should necessarily hold against him for the rest of his life. You know, I'm just not a believer in that. I believe in growth. You know, someone being able to actually like mature and develop. You know, that's why we have things called character development and character growth. And that's not just a fiction thing. That's a real life thing as well. So, and I was okay with this from the standpoint of, if we have this group, this core group that are all in like their young 20s, stay, then this team will be contending every year for the next 10 to 15 years. You know? And the thing is, we also have to remember that Duncan and Robinson and other Spurs greats are there. And like they're around. And you can't tell me that at some point, let me just go ahead and mute that for a moment, just so it's not drowning me out in case you can't hear me. But you can't tell me that at some point he's not going to at some point get like a moment with like Robinson or Duncan where they pull him aside and they're like, hey kid, look, if you're going to be a leader, you can't be acting like this. You can't be doing this. You can't be having those kind of silly flagrant calls. You can't be doing things like walking off. You know, we haven't really seen that since the Bad Boy Pistons in '91 when they did that to Michael Jordan. So I will fully admit, even though I'm a Spurs fan, I will fully admit that was not a good look for him or the rest of their team. But the difference is that was a veteran Piston team that was bitter and pissed about Michael getting the better of them. This is a young group of kids. And yes, I'm going to call these young 20-year-olds kids. You know, I say that as a 37-year-old. They're kids to me, even though I also work with like 16, 17-year-olds at my job and such. But, you know. Well, yeah, of course. And the immediate, you know, and that's the thing. It's like we have to now see, how is he going to develop from this over the next couple of years? Is he going to allow it to get worse and make him worse? Or is he going to have some time during this offseason to look back and go, what was I doing? What was I thinking? I can't be doing that. I can't be doing that. And that's why I would love, because like Hakeem did that for LeBron. Like you've heard that, right? That LeBron got like counsel and such, and not necessarily just training in terms of his gameplay, but I'm sure he got some like wise counsel from Hakeem Olajuwon, right? Now, I'd like to think that since I see Tim Duncan and David Robinson there constantly, along with Manu Ginobili, I know he's there as well. You can't tell me that those guys are not at some point going to go to him and be like, hey, look, kid, you can't be doing this. Not if you're going to be the leader and face of this team. Because that's not how you go about doing things. And that's not how you conduct yourself. And the thing is, Mitch Johnson also has to have that growth as well. Because he's also, you know, he's like around just a little older than I think he's like, what, 38, 39? He's just a little older than I am. And this was his first night. He's growing as a coach as well. You know, we can't just assume that he's going to know what to do like Pop did. Like, Pop even... I mean, yeah, I know that they won relatively early on in Pop's tenure in 99, but that was also kind of an interesting situation because, of course, people kept putting an asterisk next to the 99 championship because, remember, that was a strike-shortened season. So, I'd like to think that this is not something that's going to be the norm over the next 10 years when it comes to this group. I like to believe that they are going to have the opportunity to kind of grow from this, but I don't know. I'm bringing up the French thing, by the way, only as a joke, just because we've for years always loved to poke fun at the French and mock, from times in the past, like when they've mocked us or when they refused to aid us when we were attacked, and other stuff like that. It's kind of a common thing that the French like to make fun of the Americans like to make fun of the French. So that's the only reason I'm bringing that up. Sacre bleu. But I'd like to think, and even with someone like Harrison Barnes, who was on the bench, and of course, that's like the one redeeming thing from this past year that happened with Wemby, was when he got the flagrant 2 against Minnesota, he didn't know what that meant, so he had to ask Harrison Barnes, what does that mean? So I'd like to think that some of the veterans there and legends can help counsel him and advise him. I'd like to think Pop, because Pop is there. He's part of the front office. So at some point, Pop, I think, is going to pull him into the office or call him in and be like, all right, kid, look, we need to talk about your behavior during these playoffs. That's not how we do things here. Because I could just perfectly picture Pop sitting in his chair in his office, calling Wemby in and giving him that talk. That's something that would be so Popovich. He would absolutely do that. Just be like, kid, look, you can't be doing this, okay? You need to grow up. Remember, he's got a military background. He'll get him in his place. At least I like to think so. But anyways. Oh no, this is interesting. So this isn't necessarily a zone. This is more like a delve. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I know what this is. You know what this is also? This is what they did in Legion Remix. The Heroic World Tier. Yeah. 274? I mean, I'm 283, so yeah, that should be fine. Let's go! Heroic Nightall. Let's check this out.
Alari, you and Leona establish a perimeter. Balath, scout ahead with Barat and the others. Imera, keep us hidden while we gather our bearings. Champion, to me.
Oh, what pleasure will you bring me today?
Can you taste the arcane power in the air? Raw, unfettered energy churns in the waters all around, seeping into the muck and fungal trees. This world is ripe with potential.
Well, if it isn't my favorite little monster.
What a curious bog world this is. The stench of forges indicates that this world is being plundered for the riches and resources it has to offer. The element of surprise is still in our favor. Disrupting the operations here will earn your precious world a respite. Do what you do best, my little monster.
Always a pleasure.
Even the most ruthless of creatures falter when they see their greatest champions crumble to ash. Remind our enemies here just how quickly their leaders fall. Let them know just how unrelenting and vicious you monsters of Azeroth really are. Bring me the Void Commander's emblems, and I will reward you accordingly.
And if you come across anything interesting...
This is definitely the right place. I can smell the stench of burning mana from here. Our landing spot has given us a place to carve a holdout for our forces. While Ymera transports the rest of our forces, let's gather our bearings and see what awaits us on this world.
I do my duty.
Our sudden arrival allows us a brief moment to fortify our hold here. While Ymera works on bringing the rest of our forces through a more stable network, Our scouts have gone ahead to survey the terrain and the enemy. Meet with them in the field and activate our surveillance beacons. I'll remain here with Ymera and Decimus should any of those skiffs overhead decide to pay us a visit.
Our allies have scouted ahead to see what we're dealing with. Regroup with them and see what they found.
You got it. Hey, Leona.
And should you encounter the Nexus captain leading their assaults in Eversong, take his head.
You got it. Alari!
We are all that stands between the Legion and annihilation.
Welcome to the world of Nightall. I should have known that the Ethereals would show an interest in this place. From what I recall, this planet is rich in arcane energy, coursing through its vast oceans. No doubt the Halandar are well aware of this. What can you tell me about this world? Unfortunately, the archives in Antorus revealed very little about the Legion's interest in Nightall. For whatever reason, most of those records were classified and deemed inaccessible. Unfortunately for us, someone didn't want the secrets of Nightall falling into the wrong hands. The remaining records revealed much of this world is covered in vast oceans, with deep ley lines running beneath them. Tread carefully when traversing the mana blocks. If the Haldar don't kill you, the swamp fauna will.
Do not give in to the power.
So many bonus objectives. Whoa! Whee! We're just going for a ride! Okay. Ow. Hey, Belith.
The world still needs defense.
Those Haladar don't seem interested in just the local mushrooms or arcane energy. Several of their flying skiffs are carrying parts of the demon's ship back to their encampments. From what Talazan told us, these ethereals are all too keen to scavenge any kind of technology, and Legion technology is not something that I want these ethereals getting their hands on.
I will be watching.
Alright, so that's one. So this is the zone. Interesting. An ethereal adjutant. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is definitely the heroic world tier that they brought over from Legion Remix. Wow, that was a very large detection radius. Holy mackerel. I was way over here, and he already detected me that fast. Wow. When they said, when that says very large detection radius, they weren't kidding. Of course, this is why I main a Demon Hunter. The mobility and being able to get around places that other classes just cannot do. Like, how many other classes can be able to do this?
Arcane charged
Holy mackerel, that was
appear to be coming from these mushrooms.
That is so wild.
Collect them before the ethereals find a way to weaponize them.
May the light embrace you.
You see that platform up ahead? I believe that's where the Haladar have set up their travel nexus. That must be where they have been sending the energy taken from Quel'Thalas. I've seen their skiffs traveling to and from the other mana forges around the swamp. They must be transporting energy around, but for what purpose I am unsure. I will monitor their movements a little while longer before heading back.
Light guide your footsteps.
Final beacon is over this way.
The Hal-Hadar have armed their flying skiffs with energy turrets for protection. Let's see how well protected they are, shall we?
I have boarded a skiff. Wow, I actually have to do a long countdown here for this to launch me. 4, 3, 2, 1. I guess I'm firing at these guys? Repair! 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 Fire the cannon, you blackguards! Repair, repair, repair. Stop firing at me! There we go. Man, these things take a lot of damage. There we go. Eesh. I can spend more time repairing than actually firing at the other troops. Because those things just keep shooting me down. No, I'm going down! We're going down! Whee. It's like, oh no, I was falling. What am I gonna do? These cloaked beacons allow us to observe our enemies from afar. The mana forge up ahead is heavily guarded. If you choose to engage, approach with caution. They're not as effective as real scouts, but they'll do for now. Let's see how well organized they are. Knowing the Haladar, they likely presume that they are safe and out of reach from any threat. A mistake that they will regret in time.
Remain vigilant.
The Haladar may not know that we are here yet, but they still hold the advantage. Nexus Captain Lethir and his associate, Murty, are just over this ridge and surrounded by a small army. If you can rally enough allies and catch their leaders off guard, you'll deal a devastating blow before they know what hit them. Proceed with caution, and make sure that you are not alone. Suggested players 15! Wow.
Akal Hector.
The Nexus Captain is just over that hill, unaware of our arrival. Attacking now would catch his army off guard and likely result in our demise. No matter what, we will need allies if we are to succeed. Use this beacon to return to our invasion point. By now, Ymera has likely brought in the rest of our forces to support us. Speak with Mela when you are ready.
Light, guide us to victory.
Huh. I remember these from Legion when we went to Argus.
I didn't seek this life.
Glad to see the swamp didn't swallow you whole. Ymera's efforts have provided a more stable entry point to this world. Her beacon also connects back to Silvermoon, allowing us a quick fallback point if needed. With the surveillance beacons in place and our foothold established, we can get to work. Welcome to Nighthall. Oh, okay, we can use this as a toy to come back here.
The Rendurai survived.
Very nice. Go ahead and put that there. Okay. There's a number of other quests here.
Anything can be a weapon
Yeah,
with the right
I think some of
mindset.
these are like dailies and such for this area.
We stand with the Alliance.
Or even weeklies, I think. Oh, the Consortium as well. Bouncy mushrooms. Lol. So, hold on a second. Oh, this is what lets us go back to Silvermoon or to the Void Storm. Okay, hold on. Let me take this to Silvermoon, see where it puts me. Just so I can see, like, where in Silvermoon is the way back to this place. I think I heard that if you do some of those quests, you actually can be able to, okay, so it looks like the portal is right here where the Void Assault area is. So then you can just go here and go right back. That's good to know. Okay. So this guy is where? Over here, and is basically, like, is that a new world boss? It's not showing up as a world boss, but that's what he basically is. Huh. Am I able to just kind of make my way over there? And groups, of course, are getting made for that. See, I'm just wondering, like, is there a way to go straight from here to over there? Or do I have to actually, like, go along the path? That's what I'm wondering about. I guess we'll find out.
Arcane-charged spores appear to be coming from these mushrooms. Collect them before the ethereals find a way to weaponize them.
The Hal Hadar have armed their flying skiffs with energy turrets for protection. Let's see how well protected they are, shall we?
Oh my gosh, he dazed me. Seriously? Gosh, I cannot stand it when enemies daze me.
Unsurprisingly, another threat imperils your mission. Destroy, eliminate, succeed.
Yeah, so there they are. Okay. Alright, so let me see here. There is a group here. With no healers. Lovely.
Unsurprisingly, another threat imperils your mission. Destroy, eliminate, succeed.
Let us see if you're up. Let us test our new weapons.
Holy mackerel. Why am I having the aggro here? Where are the tanks?
Have armed their flying skiffs with energy turrets for protection. Let's see how well protected they are, shall we?
A pathetic showing.
This is not really a...
by my blade.
So yeah, this is probably not a full-on world boss group here, because...
Let us see if you're up.
I'm basically seeing what looks like not a full-on legit group that knows how to handle this. Of course, the thing is, I'm not really even really sure what you actually get from defeating this guy, so... Okay, so the graveyard is over here. Ah, the classic sound. The classic music of us running back to our corpses. I think we let those guys de-aggro. You're like, yo, hold on. Let's chill. Let's settle down. Oh gosh. I did not expect him to be a world boss, so I ran at him. Yeah, this feels like a world boss. The issue is that it seems, even though it does say world boss tracker, the funny thing is, he's not listed as a world boss here in the guide. You know? But, hey, whatever. I don't know. It's just unfortunate that you can't really look what he actually, drops or anything, you know? We got this. Famous last words. Go!
You will die by my blade! Let us see if you're up to challenging me!
There's the captain.
Hal Hadar, to me! Adjutant, deal with this one. Let us see if you're up to challenging me.
Got all these fleeting potions, I may as well use them before they go away. Alright. We're doing relatively well here now that we have more of a group here.
To me!
Why would you stop letting people join?
Let us see if you're up to challenging me.
Like, that's like how that usually works with a world boss.
Adjutant, easily dispatched.
I just noticed these guys are both level
Let us
93.
test our new weapon.
So yeah, this is definitely like...
You will die by my blade.
I mean, of course, this is for those who have good gear. Which I do. And I would expect anyone who's here also has, like, full-on heroic track or even myth track gear.
Adjutant, let us see if you're up to challenging me. Let us test our new weapon. You will die by my blade. Halhadar, to me!
Alright, they're almost dead.
Let us see if you're up to challenging.
These desperate attempts for power, they're almost admirable.
Nice.
Oh well.
Very nice. Once we're out of danger, I'll take a look. Alright, so we'll leave the group. Alright, so let's see. Hero track Warglaves. 2 of them is what I just got. Lol. Warbound until equipped. Okay, so you know what? I don't have to put these on myself. I can stash these away in my bank for my alts, for my other demon hunters. That is good to know. Crit strike and verse, and this one has indestructible on it. Okay, sure. So let me see here. So we also got the Void Commander's emblem to turn in.
Anything to report?
You were successful? Lethir is dead? Halhadar may know we are here now, but the death of their captain will have them scurrying through the swamp. Your deeds have bought us and Azeroth a chance to breathe. Take a moment to rest while you can. The threat here is far from finished.
Death to the Shadow God.
Okay. Oh, now this is interesting. We can actually access other information, it seems. But I think that is honestly enough for today, and that is kind of a fine point to just go ahead and call it. So.